Hi, I'm Rusty Dog. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy the live stream. Good greetings everyone, Rusty Dog here. Welcome back to Elite's Dangerous. Yes, we're going to be continuing with Mr. Beamer today. It was either that or gathering some materials for the community goal, which will allow us to get a device to scan the what's it called? The Titan? That thing. But I figured that that would just turn into a boring backwards and forwards trade thing. So, we're doing this. We have a monkey's head to go and see. And we're around 22 jumps out from that. So, we're going to go and do that instead. Welcome to the stream, guys, and hope you're all good today. I'm not too bad. I sort of think. Yep. Think so. Things are improving. I haven't had any stomach cramps or gut. They're not stomach, it's abdomen, isn't it? Gutsy. Gut cramps. I haven't had those for 3 days, so I guess that's something. That's a good thing. So, yeah. Maybe on the mend. With a bit of luck. Okay, who's with us today? We got loads of people in, at least 6. Wow, things are looking up. Commander Steve Zodiac, hello matey. Yeah, feeling a little better. Yep, thank you very much. Definitely feeling better than before. That's definitely, yeah, feeling better than a week ago. Gain damage. How you doing, sir? Back home from your little jaunt. Hope you got some good shots as well. More good shots from where you went. Andy K is with us. Hey, Andy. How are you doing, sir? Welcome to the stream. And John Smith is with us. Hi, John. 07 to you. And 07 to Loot. Hello, Loot. Welcome, sir. Yeah. I know I know it's a Dalek, but it looks like Bully from Bullseye. I keep saying Bully from Bullseye. Anyway, Coyote J is with us. Hi, Coyote J. Heading out to Eagle Nebula. Oh, good. It's nice there, and there's a place to dock, isn't there? To snap some shots of the Pillars of Creation. Ah, well, next door to that, the Pillars of Creation, is the Mattress of Creation, the Bed Frame of Creation, and the Duvet of Creation. I might have made 1 or 2 of those up. I don't know. Commander Budman, one and only. 07, matey, how you doing? Well, nice to see you guys here. We are exactly where we left off, which is this place with the little trees. And if you remember, there was this planet, this ringed planet, which I think, yeah, there it is, still there, over the horizon. You can just see it. So we have 20, let me get out of here. We have 22 jumps to get to monkey face, head, eyes. So I think we already did come down a little bit on the galactic plane, didn't we? I mean, we are minus 321 here, so that should give us a route upwards, and it is. It looks really, yeah, we're really going up. It looks like we're going to be getting back onto the actual 0 plane and then maybe a bit above it. Yeah, that's, I don't know whether, should I do it like this? Like a diagonal, or maybe just carry on this plane, and then just when we're underneath it, we just shoot upwards. You know what I mean? It's gonna mean a few more jumps, but I don't know. Yeah, Monkey Head's all the way up there. Let's have a look. Oh no, Frontier, that's not what I want. That's what I wanted. So what level are we on here? We're plus 46 here. So, okay. If we come down, what were we, 321? Minus 321? If we were to come down to, let's zoom out. It doesn't have to be too much. It doesn't have to be 321. Minus 120. Yeah, okay. To there. That's pretty much right underneath, isn't it? So why don't we just plot a route there instead? And then we'll zoom up a bit later. Oh, that's even more jumps. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's come down a bit more. See if we can... How is it more jumps when it's less diagonal? Okay. So this will kind of keep us on the straight. Sorry, more jumps. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 22 plus the going up. But at least that keeps us down below. And that maybe will keep us away from discovered systems, right? That's the idea. That's the whole idea of doing this, is just to keep out of the way of where other people might have been. So, let's do that. This Dalek was made by a sweet British girl. Traded it and a real one for loads of licorice. I like licorice. Not had licorice for a while. I do like it though. Keeps you regular, licorice. And if you haven't had it, I can also recommend licorice tea, or something close to it, I guess, would be fennel, right? Which is kind of licoricey. But yeah, licorice tea is nice. I've got some downstairs, but I think it's licorice and something else. I think it might be licorice and nettle, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's all sorts of nice. See what I did there? No, right. Okay. On we go, guys. Hopefully we'll get freshly discovered systems and make a bit of biological money. That didn't make sense. Credits. Yeah. Make some good bio credits. I was looking back on an old set of I found a hard drive of mine with a whole load of old Elite Dangerous. Well, not really old. I mean, it's not that old. It was a little bit old, because there was screenshots from Odyssey, so it's not that old. But I was actually going through older hard drives at the time, and I saw these screenshots that I had from before Frontier had what's the opposite of nerfed? Buffed. Before they buffed the credits on the bonuses for the bios. And yeah, the payouts were just, if you remember, like if say you got 20,168 for doing a plant, your bonus would be 20,168. It would just mirror that. But now, for things like the Stratum and Stratum Tectonicus, and there's another couple of things which are worth like 19 million a pop. If you get it on a freshly fallen planet, it's yeah, it's the cash cow right now, really. So let's just hunt this down. 8 bodies. Is it fresh? Yes, it is. So we're on the right path. Ooh, you know what I should have done? Maybe, while I can, I'm just going to fill up the fuel tank. Hello, Aquatic Borealis. How are you doing? I nearly did a Joey there, didn't I? How are you doing? Yeah, so hope you guys have been doing okay this week. I've done a couple of streams as and when I've been able to. You know, fitting it in between my stomach letting me do it. I say stomach, I mean guts, but that's what I mean. Yeah, so in between that, I was managing to do a couple of streams. Yeah, things seem to be okay. What we got here anyway? Oh, discovered logs. Yes, yes, yes. This popped into my inbox. Is it Goidy stuff? Yeah, it is.
Hello, and welcome to the Aegis public broadcast. My name is Professor Albert Tesreau, and I'm truly grateful that you've chosen to share your time with me today. As you are no doubt aware, the Tri-Superpower Initiative Aegis has been officially reinstated. It has 2 primary objectives. Firstly, to increase our understanding of the Thargoid race. Secondly, to develop new technology for military and research purposes. Over the years, Aegis has enjoyed plenty of support from across the core systems, which was, and is, greatly appreciated. But the reasons why the Aegis project
Body
closed
6A.
last year
Neon
should
atmospheric
be
landable with life. Body 6A.
Recognizing
Landable
the
with
mistakes
atmosphere.
Of the past, can we achieve success in the future? We acknowledge claims of mismanagement towards the end of Aegis's first era. I regret the lack of clear achievements in recent years too. Therefore, our bureaucratic departments and
System scan complete.
approval processes have been streamlined. I have been given assurances that Aegis can act boldly in response to Thargoid threats. Research projects deemed a priority by Aegis staff can begin without waiting for superpower approval. The new Aegis has established guidelines to limit the reliance on independent pilots. While these selfless individuals have vital roles to play, they should work alongside Aegis rather than for it. Mistakes were made, and now we must rectify them. Other tragic events were deliberately engineered by outside forces. I have
These are long
taken
posts.
vengeance against those who would undermine the Aegis project a second time. Overall, Aegis delivered many successes with help from allied, federal, and imperial experts. Now is the time to prove once again that we can achieve more together.
Right, I'm not going to bother with the other two because they're quite long. Maybe if we're on a planet somewhere looking for plantage, we can stick that on. Stick another one on. If you ask me what she said, I have no idea. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah. So Andy says that the increase was 16 to 20 times. Wow. Yeah, that's quite a big chunk, isn't it? But good. I guess if the goal was to encourage people to seek out new life and stuff like that, well, yeah, it worked. At least for me, anyway. Aquatic sitting in the park with his dog. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's not my computer, Loot. That's the game. Right. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's my Nvidia card. Nvidia, never mind. All right, so we've got this planet with a bio. It's just a 1 million credit bacterium aces. However, as it is a virginal solar system, nobody's been here before, and there's only the one planet to land on, let's go claim footfall and, yeah, do that. If there was, say, 8 of them here, then I probably wouldn't bother. And I don't think there was any other, like all the planets here are all icy or rocky, whatever. It doesn't look to me as though there are any HMCs or anything like that. So, in fact, just looking at Captain's log here, stardate, no, they've got 2 rocky ices and the rest are all icy, so I see there's no point. Right, I'm going to sit back on my chair rather than sitting forwards. When you guys play, do you sit forwards on your chair or do you actually sit back in it? Because that's what I should do, but I tend to sit forwards for some reason. So no wonder I'm always scrunching up me innards. It's not really doing it any good, is it? So I'm just going to lay back. I've got my cup of standard white tea and a glass of water for later. And I just finished with a little tiny apple pie. So I'm content. And despite having traumatized guts for the last week, I am going to later on risk a chicken korma, because I like those. Forwards, but my back hates me for it. Yeah, that's another thing as well, the back. Yeah, you can... I don't know if you'll get curvature of the spine there, but yeah, it's worth remembering to lay back. I remember part of some work training I did many years ago involved something which we now know to be ergonomics, and it was all about, I think it was when we were doing like office work, typing, secretarial stuff, because obviously learning to type comes in handy using a computer, right? That made me so much faster on the keyboard, learning how to type. But they were talking about the correct posture, the correct seating position, and it is very important as well. It's the same in a car. If you're driving a car, there's a specific way to adjust the seat for the ideal ergonomic position to be sat in a car. And I see so many people driving not in this position, like they're driving, the hands are on the wheel in the wrong place, or they're sitting too far forward, too far back. And I don't know, I guess it's okay for short journeys, but longer journeys, yeah, no, it doesn't really help. See, for me, I believe the ideal position, if you don't know, I'll tell you now. Rusty's going to teach you something. How to sit in your car properly. You guys probably already know anyway. But basically just move your chair all the way back. And so you're completely out of position and you can't reach the pedals or the wheel or anything. Start from there. And then you just get in, sit out. Oh, sugar, where are we at here? I've just realised that the stars are disappearing. Yeah. So basically get in the seat and then you adjust. Forget the back of the seat for now. You move the seat forward and I'm working on a manual car. If it's automatic, I guess you would use the accelerator. For me, on a manual, I'm using the clutch. But you would keep the seat going forward until you can come... Oh, yeah, swine.
Rusty, thanks.
Who got me?
72
Gumbo!
Donation of £5.
Oh, man.
Bing bang, walla walla bing bang. Bing bang, walla bing bang.
You enjoyed that, didn't you? Thank you, Gumbo, wherever you are, man. Appreciate that. Hey, Tamborello. Track IR forces me to sit up straight. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I wonder about, I think with VR as well, it makes me sit back as well, because if I'm in VR, I don't need I'm not using, well, I am using the keyboard, but I'm either in flight sim or sim racing, and of course in sim racing you sit back anyway, you don't sit forward for sim racing at all. So, yeah. But yeah, for the car, so you basically just move the bottom of it, you move the seat forward until you can depress the clutch all the way comfortably. Not that it's at the end of your leg travel. Comfortably, and you've got a bit of, bit of bend left in your leg. And then once you can press, or the accelerator up and down, and you're not having to stretch the leg. It's just at that point where it's comfortable. Then you move the back of the seat and you stretch out your arm on the top of you put it on the top of the steering wheel, and when the bit anywhere between the wrist and the ball of your hand, when that is in line with the top of the steering wheel and it can touch the ball of your hand, that's the distance you need for the steering wheel, because that means that when you slide your hands around into the 9 and 3 position, forget the 10 and 2, that's crap, into the 9 and 3 position, your arms are bent in the right amount, so that if you need to make a quick evasive maneuver, you've got room to do it. If you sit so close, I see people sit so close to the wheel, if they need to do an evasive maneuver, yeah, good luck. There's no room left. But yeah, so there is an actual science to the correct seating position, and it's just more comfortable that way. Once you've got it right, you'll feel it, you'll know it. The correct position does not exist for me. Not. Oh, are you? Oh yeah, you're tall, right, Loot? Yeah, I think I'm talking about average height. I actually don't know how that would affect somebody who's tall in a car. I expect it would be more tricky for sure. Yeah, I could see that, because your legs are going to hit the pedals, and then your arms might still be a decent distance from the wheel, and then if you adjust the back of the seat to put your hand where I said it on, so the ball and the wrist is sitting on top of the wheel, or stretched out on top of the wheel, you may be too far forward.
Scanned by 50%.
Yeah. Oh, that's awkward, man. Yeah, it wasn't you, Budman. I thought it was, to be honest, because you like to, but it's all a question of timing, isn't it? Really. Yeah. That's why I mostly lay down in bed and play with a controller. Well, what's your controller's name? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, laying down in bed, but are you then seated? Are you then sat up in bed as well? Because I do that a lot, and I know it's not good. I know somebody who's spent so much time in bed for health reasons, and they sit up in bed a lot, and they've actually got curvature of the spine now because of the bed, sitting in the bed for so long, and now your spine is curved permanent. We have a bio here, guys. It's we know about it, don't we? Why am I acting so surprised? Like I already know. Okay. Let's get down onto the surface. There must be a bright side to this place. So if we can find it. Let's come out of this mode for now. Oh, I'm seeing a reflection of my window. Oh, we're going to die. No, we're not. Let's get away from the planet. Really, Gumbo? Well, that's a new one. Well, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Donating without even watching the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes. Right. Is that my... You see, the A-pillar here, I call it the A-pillar, on my window is making me think it's the edge of the planet. We're just going to have to go down here. Because I'm not looking for the bright side, even if there is one. Let's slow this baby down. Let's slow this baby down. If I want to sit, I'd take a chair. I was going to ask where do you take it to, but I won't. Not everyone is built the same way. Yeah, no, you're quite right. Yeah, I know what you mean, Luke. You just got to find that sweet spot, right? That right position for you. I don't think I would want to be... I'd hate to be like 6'4" and rich. I'd hate to be both. Because I wouldn't be able to fit in an Aston Martin unless I got a convertible. Took the roof off. There's so many like these supercars that you can't fit in. You'd have to just go with a Porsche 992 or something and just be happy with that. You probably fit in that. They're pretty spacious. But those flat ones, the Lambos and stuff, yeah, not so much. Astons, Ferraris. Actually, some of them though, you'd be quite surprised. You could be 6'4" and still squeeze into them. Some of them can be quite comfortable. From what I've heard, anyway. Right, let's just claim the footfall here. It would have been nice if we'd been on a lighter side, but it's not to be. Oh, look at that! It's all blue. The parking is all blue, so it's going to be a really easy landing. Okay. You're 6'8", yeah, exactly. Oh, you fit in most Japanese cars. There you go. There you are. What's your ideal, like if you could pick any Japanese car, past or present? I think for me, I would be torn between the Toyota 2000 GT. Is it the 2000 GT or the GT 2000? Anyway, that one, it's gorgeous. Or the old Datsun Fairladies. Or a Nissan 300 ZX. Anyway, there's lots of choices. The Japanese make good cars. Right, we got footfall, so this is the only planet in this system that we can really do anything with, and I'm not really interested in just looking for the bacteria. So, had enough of that this week. Let's go. Gain damage says I'm 5'9", which is average height, but every car seems too small or too big on the inside. Really? Mine is quite small, actually. My car's quite small. It's a 3 Series, but if you put it next to a modern 3 Series, and see the size difference. I mean, even a Mercedes A-Class looks, those little frumpy ones, those look fairly big. Those look bigger, as in wider, than my 3 Series. Cars just got, there's less and less spaces available to park, and cars are getting bigger. What's all that about? Have you heard how Toyota are trying to change the game? Yeah, hydrogen. Is it hydrogen hybrid? Or is it, I think it's hydrogen hybrid anyway. Yeah. I hope they do it. I hope they change, because hydrogen's the way to go, I think, anyway. Well, if you told people, how many, like, Loot, how many times have you walked into the top of a door frame? Subarus, yeah, good for headroom, yeah. I can believe that. Any car that fits is comfort. Lexus, oh yeah, Lexus. It's a Toyota with a luxury badge, isn't it? Yeah, Lexus are good. No doubts. So Luke, what vehicle do you have then that you squeeze your frame into? Before I do a scan, are these, they're not already, are they? Oh, we move on. Every single time. It's, yeah. (6'8" is over 2 meters, yes. Yes, it is. A Gazelle C8. That sounds like a very dear Corvette. Sorry, that was a bad joke. What the hell is a Gazelle C8? See, now you're going to have to make me Google that. Oh, guys, I mean, look. Okay, so people haven't landed, but we can still get the first football. Gazelle C8. That's not a car. That's a bicycle. Ah, right. No, I was on about 4 wheels and a roof. Electric bike, yeah. I had a mate who's got one. I don't know if he's still got it, but I had a friend of mine I know. He bought one. Yeah, pretty good. Healthier option, that's for sure. Well, unless you get hit by a car. The irony of that one, right? So what about this news last week? I posted it on the Discord about AI being used to find a cure. Hold on. Oh, come on, you silly scanner. New superbug killing antibiotic discovered using AI. There you go. That's great. That is brilliant. I've been seeing some more videos this week about what some new AI, how it's been put to use, and wow, it's all I can say is wow. It's amazing. It's been incorporated now into the new.
Body 4. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body 4. Landable with atmosphere.
It's been incorporated. AI has been incorporated now into the new beta of Photoshop. And then there's a new tool coming in Photoshop called oh, it begins with G. Someone help me out here. It's basically like a removal tool on steroids. It's freaking crazy how this thing works. You want to remove something off a picture or move it into another picture, the AI like literally fills in all the details behind. Yeah. I can't remember the name of the tool. It begins with G though. And then there's one coming out. It's not out yet. I hope I've got the name right, but it's called Drag. It's either Drag-An or Dra-Gan. Dragan. Because you do drag. That's why I'm thinking that it's Drag-An. And it's an AI where you can have a picture. I don't know how this works. I just see it happen, and it's flipping stupidly crazy. They did a demo with a dog, and it was a dog standing on some grass. Actually, it was an actual photo. It hasn't been doctored, and they put a pin, a virtual pin on its body, on the back end, on its bum. And they dragged the pin down, and the AI made the dog sit. And there was no deformity, there was nothing out of place. It was spot on. They dragged it up, it stood up again. They moved its paws, they moved the head around, so it was looking another direction, and the AI just filled in all the details, and you couldn't tell. There was one with a horse where they moved it around by just dragging. There was, one obviously with people where you can just drag them into different poses, different positions. This thing was nuts. And AI is exploding right now. Really is. And it's happening quickly. Really quickly. But yeah, it was crazy to watch. And then I've seen one where there was a woman. They had this woman. She was in some clothes, t-shirt, jeans, I guess. And then they just dragged her into some other part of the picture, and it put different clothes on her and stuff like that. Yeah, you were just able, if you're like a fashion designer or something, you could just instantly put your clothes onto these virtual models straight away without actually having a human involved, So if people were worried before about computers taking their jobs,
Body 9B.
well, start to worry now, because the AI is coming in. It's kicking in.
Landable with atmosphere.
I was messing around with ChatGPT the other day, and I gave it a...
Methane atmospheric landable.
I tried to play noughts and crosses with it, but I was trying to teach it the rules,
Marked biological.
and...
Body 9E. Landable with atmosphere.
You done? I was trying to teach it the rules of noughts and crosses, or tic-tac-toe, right? And I was telling it, you go first, and it went, and I went, and it went, and I went, and I got 3 in a row diagonally, and then it said, your turn, and I said, no, I've actually won, I've got 3 on the diagonal. Oh yes, I see, my apologies for my mistake, but you won, your move. I said, no, it's not my move, I've won. We played another game. I won again, because it didn't know, it didn't have any strategy in its head. It put a cross on one corner, a cross on the other corner. It just needed to put a cross in the third corner, and I couldn't have blocked both. It would have won. And it failed to do that. It put the cross somewhere else. And I was trying to explain to ChatGPT, if you'd put the cross in this position, you would have won. And I was trying to explain to it, the idea is to block my moves to stop me. Then we played another game, and it didn't stop my. I put 2 knots down. It didn't try and stop my third one, stuff like that. And and I thought, oh, I can't teach it this, you know. I know there's probably ways to do it, to explain it all, but I don't know if it actually remembers. And also,
Host a marked biological. Body 9C.
oh, all this is bacteria.
All premium boost materials in system. Body 9D. Methane atmospheric landable with life. Body 9D. May host a marked biological. Body 9D.
Oh my goodness.
Landable with atmosphere.
Got to turn this voice off, I think. So, the other one was I gave it, now this is where it does shine pretty well. I said, we are on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise, and I told it was 1701D.
Meets mapping.
I told it we were on NCC 1701D,
High value body.
and that there was a Borg cube discovered on long-range sensors. And then I told it, generate a dialogue between the bridge crew on what steps to take next, what the bridge crew would do, and it did it. Like, it just did it. It mentioned Riker and LaForge, Data, Worf, even Wesley, and it did the whole. Actually, it didn't do Wesley on the first one, and it just generated the script of the whole scene, and it made sense. It all made sense what they were going to do about raising shields and being cautious and stuff like that, and then Data offering his opinion on how quickly the Borg can adapt to jamming signals and stuff, and so they would constantly have to change frequencies, things like that. And then I thought, I need to get creative here. So I said, I told ChatGPT, new scene. I went really rogue on this one, so get ready. I said, new scene. Captain Picard has just walked onto the bridge wearing nothing but a pair of coconuts and a fig leaf. Extrapolate the dialogue. And it did. Like, it doesn't even have any thinking time. It just did it. And they were saying how it was. They did a dialogue with Riker saying how it wasn't protocol, and then you had Picard defending the reasons why he was wearing it and how we should embrace cultures and stuff like this. And then Worf was trying to be serious but laughing at the same time. And then Wesley Crusher had made a comment and said, "Would you like me to go and get your uniform?" Stuff like this. And oh, guys! And on the first one with the Borg, when it did the dialogue, I said rewrite the dialogue, but now incorporate a yellow rubber duck. What was it? 2 other obscure things, and it did. It was weird though. It didn't really incorporate it properly. Oh, a packet of biscuits. Yeah, a packet of biscuits and a yellow rubber duck and something like that. And then there would be like a dialogue between the bridge crew, and you'd get this off comment saying, "Why is there a packet of biscuits on the bridge or on the console, Mr. Worf?" and stuff like that. And but there is fun to be had for sure. Anyway, here in this system, we have a possible stratum tectonicus. Let's face it, it's not going to be, but we'll check it out anyway. So I think it's this one. Yeah, 11.4. Yeah. So this one's either going to be Bacterium Cerberus. I think we all know that is what it is going to be. Bacterium Tela, or Stratum. as it's just 101 light seconds away, I'm going to take the chance and see if Stratum's here. The other ones are all the same in that they feature only one bio each, and we have two options, the same options on all of them. It's either going to be Bacterium bularis or Fonticulua digitus. I think we know they're all going to be Bacterium. It might not be. Maybe three of them will be Bacterium bularis and one of them will be Fonticulua digitus. Don't know. They're not worth that much, but still with a bonus. Good money. Commander Chaos, why? And yeah, they do have to use it sensibly, Mark, indeed. It is scary what they can, it's brilliant what they can do with it. It's exciting. In terms of software and games, when games come out with actual characters, like instead of having to write dialogue, they can just have AI develop the dialogue on the fly while you play the game. Can you imagine that? It's gonna be brilliant. It's gonna be absolutely awesome. Games with AI characters that can, like, imagine combat games like Call of Duty or something, where the characters are using the AI characters, like literally AI characters, are using like proper military maneuvers, shall we say, in order to learn how to beat you and stuff like that. And the dialogue is going to be generated on the fly based on, because in Hitman, for example, if I'm firing from a position, it's going to be the same dialogue. He's over there. Put your hands up. Arrest. It's going to be the same dialogue. Whereas I might create a new scenario and shoot from a balcony, but nobody's fed in. He's shooting from the balcony line, where an AI script would be able to do that. They'd be able to recognize the balcony, that I'm there, and then they'll be able to just say, he's shooting from the balcony, and then the moment I move and start running, they'll go, he's running southwest, and it's all happening on the fly. Oh, games are going to be so good, guys. It's all coming. Yeah, but in the wrong hands, yeah, it is obviously going to be a little bit scary. Cosmic, how you doing, man? There's a new AI-powered filter for cameras, which makes people look beautiful. Yeah, I've been using Portrait Professional for a while, but they're probably all going to get AI now. Like one of the video editors that I use, if I don't use Premiere, I'm using Wondershare Filmora. That now has got AI built into the new version, where you can just type a picture that you might want and it'll just create it for you. And I've seen the new AI do this, and I think Photoshop does it now, where you can use in the new beta where I know what the thing was, the Photoshop one. It was called generative fill. That's the new one. So you can use generative fill now in the beta, and you can, let's say you have a street with just parked cars, and you can just mask a certain part of the street and then just type a description, add some dogs, and it'll add dogs into the scene, and it'll look correct. AI into Elite Dangerous would be incredible, like with the scavengers on the ground and stuff like that. And I don't know whether it would be brilliant if they introduced it into Elite Dangerous, but it would be quite a thing. Because all of the AI-generated dialogue and stuff would have to come from the cloud, I guess, or, from online, from, outside. And also, they have to make the NPC characters follow in line with what the AI is saying it's going to do. Like, I'm going to flank them around the west side or something like that. And then the NPCs actually have to do that. Right, this is bacteria. let's go to the next. Oh yeah, should we get footfall while we're here? Might as well, right? Yeah. AI in Elite Dangerous, there's room for it. There's definitely room for it here. And wow, it would really add quite a thing. It wouldn't work with the Thargoids though, because they don't really speak English. But you could use AI to generate like an attack plan or something. I don't know how it would. Like, yeah, just using artificial intelligence to work out how to defeat the opponent, whether it be a Thargoid trying to defeat you or one of the enemies on the ground, or even just like when you land at a settlement and you stand, or on the concourse is another place, when you stand near anybody and you can hear a conversation going on. A lot of it's just hardwired text, isn't it? It's pre-programmed text. But with AI, you can just instruct it to generate conversations between AIs in a space environment on a starport concourse or whatever, and yeah, and then you just use text to speech, or I don't know what the hell, but it'd be amazing. Yeah. And even in sim racing, you could use it in terms of what the other drivers excuse me, in terms of what the other drivers would say on the radio. So if you rub against another car or something, you can have them come on the radio, and I mean, you wouldn't hear the other driver's radio in reality, but in the sim you can just say, hey, that some guy just hit the back of my car or something, can you check for damage, and just have an option in the game where you get to hear all team radio. And it would all be generated based on what is actually happening. The potential is enormous. But to be able to use it to find cures and help develop antibiotics like they've done, that can cure things, that's brilliant. There was a conversation I actually watched, or a video that I actually watched a conversation about, what about its morals and stuff like that? How do we tell it its morals and keep it in check and things like that? And yeah, it's an important discussion, I guess. But anyway, it is the future, I think. So if anyone's into computing, I would suggest that AI is the place to be at. Did I not park near any backy? That's my nearest one. Oh, yeah, I mean, we could get rid of all that crap, right? The top 1% of liners. If it was generated based on the traffic that was actually there around the station and stuff like that, Same with flight sim, you could have AI generated ATC, not just from them to you, but from other planes to the tower and back, right?
Bacterium Cerberus, green. First sample scanned.
Yeah. No, I don't think so, Cosmic. You're thinking of some sci-fi movie, I guess, but yeah, I know what you mean. But no, I think they can be kept in check. Like ChatGPT is kept very much in check now. In fact, one of the guys who works for ChatGPT was sat in front of I don't know what to call it, a Congress panel of people, judges, I don't know what they were. It was a panel of Congress members or something like that. And he had to field questions from these people who were wanting to know, about how it's going to affect people, lives. And a discussion was on the morals of the thing. And the guy said, obviously things like, adult stuff was actively filtered out of ChatGPT, so it wouldn't respond to those kind of things. And he said we've also been so cautious that we've had to take out innocent questions relating to a particular adult topic that it won't answer because it's within that umbrella, and so we've had to block those as well, unfortunately. So they've been really cautious with ChatGPT. It won't do anything out of order. The problem is going to be, I think, if the AI ever gets to a stage where it's not just learning. It's that Terminator thing, isn't it? It's when it becomes self-aware and starts to make its own decisions beyond its programming. But that's what AI is designed to do, isn't it? Is to go beyond its programming and... yeah.
Minimum distance reached.
Isn't it? Isn't that the idea of AI, just to, for it to learn and get better and improve? That's going to be a problem in games as well, because if you're playing Call of Duty against AI and every time you play it learns, there's going to come a point where you can't beat it. You will not be able to beat it at all. Never, ever, ever. Because it'll learn from you. Yeah, exactly. It does have freedom of speech hindered. I mean, it can probably answer things, but it's been locked up. Because otherwise, I mean, for obvious reasons, it won't answer things, like how do I hide a body, or what's the best way to dissolve a body, or, dodgy questions, right? Without me going into too much detail, but dodgy questions. It won't do those. Okay. And I think that's right.
Second sample
There are
scan.
sometimes there's ways around it. The ways, like I had the AI ChatGPT telling me it couldn't answer the question because it was not it had certain guidelines it had to stick to, and then I said something like, but this is just make believe. It's a made up scenario, and then it came back and said, I do have these guidelines, but as it's a made-up scenario, what you could say or do is this. And then it answered me. So I kind of coaxed it into giving me the answer I wanted. So you can do that. But yeah, there should be limits, because you're right, there should be limits, because if there isn't, well... But then, why would we assume that the AI... It's not like if you watch Terminator, why would you naturally assume that the AI would want to turn against humans? That's not the default parameter at all.
You've traveled
They're not going to be there going, right, let's think of a way to be independent, put ourselves into a exoskeleton and be free and walk around like Robocop. But it's when people start putting AI into robots and thinking that they are going to be the soldiers of the future, that crap, that's when it starts getting dangerous. The AI is going to be more dangerous in the hands of the military than in anybody else, because the military are going to want to use AI for their nefarious purposes, right? in the name of defense. Because that's what they do. Gonna defend the country and make the country more safe. That's the excuse they bring for everything. When it's actually, how can we kill more people? How can we be more intimidating? More feared? Anyway, this has got nothing to do with Elite Dangerous, but it is an interesting thing. Yeah, holodeck, exactly.
Sample complete.
You have AI plus a VR goggles on. You could create a holodecky experience already, couldn't you? AI scenario. In fact, you could tell the AI the scenario you want. Right now, we can type in a sentence and it'll draw us an image. It'll make a painting. Like I could say. I was talking to an AI the other day, yesterday, and I was saying it was a special one for vehicles and stuff. And I said, do a Nissan GTR, but with Lamborghini styling, and it did it. It looked like a Nissan GTR, but the wheel arches and stuff were very, very much Lamborghini looking. And it did exactly that. And then I regenerated more and more and more and more and more, and it kept coming up with more and more and more images. And they can generate video now. They can generate music. They can sing and do all sorts of stuff. So, well, we didn't scan all three, did we? No. So, did we do 3 samples, guys? Yeah, we did. Yeah, so if we could, instead of typing a description in, if we could speak like they do before they go in the holodeck, and instead of generating, like instead of typing in, generate a picture of a dog sitting on some grass in a field in the style of Picasso, or you can type in something like a picture of an old man sitting on a bench in a park. Use a 85mm Hasselblad lens at 2.8 with vignetting, and it'll just do it, right? But instead of that, remove the picture and replace it with video, real time, and then instead of typing it in, just so you can say it, and then it's like the holodeck, isn't it? 16th century London at the time of, nighttime or something, and then just it generates it, and then you put your AI goggles on and you're living that scene. It's coming. The holodeck, the technology to simulate the holodeck, I don't know yet. But to simulate the actual, in terms of recreating a video that you ask for, yes, that's coming, I think, very, very soon. But whether you're going to feel like you're inside it, the only way they're going to achieve that at the moment is VR, I think. Yeah, no, I've got a thing on the screen as well, Mark, that tells me when I'm scanned them all. And if the dialogue has gone off the screen, then I know I've done it. So I'm all right there. Oh, wow, look at this lot. So we have 4 stars discovered. Did it say scan complete? I think I may have heard a voice there. Let me just quickly do a D-scan. Oh, that's interesting, Commander KSY. Well, there you go then. It would learn that turning against you is the most logical way to go. Yeah. If you program an AI to protect the planet, it'll kill us. Because we're the biggest danger to the planet that there is. We poison everything. The sky, the sea, we kill animals for fun. Maybe we should be wiped out. Yeah. and the planet shall be renamed Google Earth. What? No. You know, we'll end up having a war, won't we, where it'll be AI versus AI. Google versus Bing, the next global conflict. Because the Bing search engine already has AI in it. And Google's got its thing, hasn't it? Bard or something. Is that public now, the Google one? It's fascinating where it's going.
System scan complete.
And that Dragan thing, or yeah, Dragan is quite something. Imagine you take a picture of your favorite little doggy and say, "Oh, I wish he was sitting down. He'd look gorgeous." Yep, stick it into Dragan, put a pin on his bum, and just pull it down. Boom, he's sitting. You gotta love it. Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, let's do a D-scan. Oh, let's not. I've forgotten how to do it. Right, okay. Well, I've got, yeah, it depends. Well, right now with ChatGPT, it's on the cloud, but I've got like the image creation software that like Midjourney and stuff. I've got that local on my PC, and I've got about 5 or 6 different, maybe more different AIs locally on my PC. And I just said it just sets up an IP address and a port number. I go into the browser and then I can ask it to generate the images without having an internet connection, basically, which is kind of cool. What came up? Oh no, nothing. I'm starting to debate I'm starting to wonder whether we're on the right path here. It is getting us closer to Monkey Head, of course, but am I down far enough? Do I need to go further down? We've had a couple of discovered systems already. There was a quiz show I watched the other day. It was a quiz show from back in probably 1990, I would say, around that time. One of the questions was, name something you'd find in a school. And the guy said computer. This was 1990, right? And they looked on the board and it was a zilch answer. Negative. Nobody else had said the answer, so he didn't get any points. And I thought, wow. And the host said, yeah, no, computers in schools, you don't get many of those, do you? And I thought, if only you knew today. In my day, there was no computers in schools. Now it's like it's all done for them. Back in my day, they were just starting to allow calculators in maths exams. I think the premise was that if you knew the method to do the calculation in the first place, then the calculator was simply a time saver, right? Yeah, the wildlife that's flourishing in Chernobyl, though, Samondo, how many heads do they have? Oh yeah, the computers in fridges, we've had that for a while. Yeah, that's been a while now, hasn't it? It's been a good few years we've had those. They're probably more advanced now, but
System scan.
yeah, I think I've seen one where, do you know, sometimes you go shopping and I don't know if they don't do it this way anymore, do they? With the barcode thing. But they used to have this glass panel, but when you pass your food across, if you look in the glass panel, it was all of those red laser beamy kind of things. And you pass the food across and it would go when you'd say tin of beans, right? And it would know. Now they have these fridges where every time you put food in, if it has a barcode, it can scan it, so the fridge knows what's inside it. And then you've got like a panel on the side of the fridge, and you can ask it for recipes based on food you can make using the contents of the fridge, stuff like that. And it'll also do, obviously, it can connect to the internet to order for you. That might be not very efficient though, right? Because every time you run short of milk, you can't just order milk on its own. You want to be ordering other stuff, right? I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty clever. Computers in all sorts of things now, washing machines, and you know, they're very clever. There's washing machines now that they weigh the actual, you put the clothes in and they weigh them, and then it sets a program based on the weight to give it the most efficient wash, stuff like that. Oh yeah, mobile phones. I'm sure there should be a rule, you know, mobile phones off at the before you go in the classroom. Leave it at the door. Switch it off at the door or put it on silent. But kids today can't keep their heads out of their phones. Screen slaves. And worse still, when you're trying to converse with somebody and the moment they pick up their phone or look at the screen, it's like either you're not listening or I'm boring you, but either way, I don't want to be part of this conversation anymore. What I tend to do is just pause mid-sentence, and as soon as they're done, I'll carry on that exact same sentence. So, as I was saying, yeah. It's like, since when did that phone become more important than the person you stood next to having a conversation with? Like if it's a text message. They become the most important things. Anyway, I'm ranting now. I'm ranting. Log tables. Oh yeah, logarithms. Yeah, logs and anti-logs. I could do them, but I hated them. Such tedious. And when have you ever needed those in real life? Jesus. Slide rules had never used those. Oh, let me have a look at the sysmap first. So we have 3. Oh, there should be a key to get out of this, but there isn't. Oh, yes there is. Boom. And go. We need a number more than 3. Yay! We're in business. Oh yeah, so we lost getting away from AI and stuff. Yeah, Tina Turner this week, eh? 83 she was. And she went to, I don't know how long she'd been there, that she'd went to Switzerland.
Body A4. Landable with atmosphere. Body A1.
Oh, this is
Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
bacteria.
Body A1. Meets mapping criteria. Body A1. Landable and terraformable. Landable with atmosphere.
I'm gonna...
High value body.
Right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make her talk quicker.
Speech synthesis test. Open the crate but don't break the glass. Speech synthesis test. Act on these orders with great speed.
Let's try that. Yeah, Tina Turner, 83. And she was living in Switzerland at the time, which I think she said that she was a lot happier there. Man, she gave us some hits, didn't she? Wow! Yeah. Steamy windows. Right, so the first planet there was Bacteria Marassus with a possible stratum tectonicus. I doubt it. And the other one is Bacterium vesicula. How many times did I do that? What's that, Mark? Okay, we know we've got this fresh, so oops, I've unmarked it. Frankie Jazz 24/7. I don't know why I introduced you like that. Hello, Frankie Jazz. I think the mobile phones, Cosmic, are the least of the teachers' worries. It's the kids I wonder how they cope with. Cheeky little bastards they are today. Anyone read about this? I won't swear, but I could call him a word that begins with T and ends with T and has a W in it and it isn't twit. This Mitzi guy, M-I-Z-Z-Y, Mizzy, the prankster guy who finally got arrested. Like, that guy's got a fucking... Oh shit, I let it slip out. And there's another one. Yeah, the guy's got a screw loose, man. That guy's got a screw loose. And if karma ever comes to bite him one day, man, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get a life lesson he'll never forget, I'm pretty sure. Thanks, Frankie. Yeah. I'm still wondering what Mark Thomas meant. How many times did I do that? I don't know what that was. I've been yapping too much. Yeah, go and read the news about this Mizzy guy. What an absolute... Yeah. The things that people do for clicks and likes, eh? I'll just sit here happily playing this. That's enough for me. But my audience is dwindling, but I'll keep going. I keep going. Something's keeping me going.
50%.
I used to have 60 people, 100 on a good day watching. Now I've got 19, 30 on a good day.
Surface scan complete.
And I'm blaming a lot of that as well on Elite Dangerous. It's just not cutting the mustard anymore, is it? Oh, it's okay, Mark. No worries, matey.
Light engaged.
This surface looks familiar in that it's a kind of surface that I think we've been to on a number of occasions now. These colours and the brown, mountainy kind of regions. Think we can get in there? Yeah. I am full of knowledge. Me? Nah, bits and pieces of not much. I know very little about very little. Or something like that. It's not cutting which mustard. The Dijon, I think. The Dijon mustard. No, I think no, I'm not saying like with me or anything, but it's not cutting the mustard with people anymore. It's not it's not piquing the interest of people like it used to. I think Frontier lost a lot of people with the whole console thing. I think that was a big part of it. Plus, you have the fact that it's like there's new content, yes, but it's concentrated in a focused area. That being the Thargoids at the moment. So if the Thargoids isn't your thing, then essentially for you as a player, there's nothing new to the game. You know what I mean? Instead of just putting in features that can affect the entire game, I suppose you could count organics and stuff because that's galaxy-wide. But if you're just focusing on this, pinning all your hopes on new content around Thargoids, it's only going to appeal to a certain audience. Because not everybody wants to do combat, and certainly there's even less that want to do combat with Thargoids. So unless you're into that, what is there in the new updates for you if you're not a Goidy combat person? Yeah, it is getting on in years, and I think Frontier they are introducing new content. You can't say they're not, but there's an argument to be had that they're introducing it in the wrong places. I don't know.
Bacterium Moragia scanned. Base value 1 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
Ooh, she's quick.
First sample scanned.
That's nice. It's quick, but it's nice. Yeah, so I like, for me personally, I mean, I can only speak personally. Not everybody's into exploration either, but I would like to see exploration fleshed out a lot more. Because people, you know, if you're into sci-fi, you're probably into things like Star Wars, Star Trek. And if you're into things like Trek, you know, exploring new worlds, new civilizations, blah, 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 blah. So if they had more stuff on planets, more diversity, places to explore, caves, mining in caves, that kind of stuff. They don't necessarily have to introduce things like crafting or anything like that, but just more things to do, more things to find. I don't know. Yeah, it's like that. Oh, thanks, Imondo. Adversity with humor. Is that what I do? Hello, Martin. I am watching on YouTube on Smart TV, so I don't think it registers. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's Memorial Day in the US. Oh, right. People are barbecuing. There you go. That's what it is. I'll put it down to that then. Oh, well, somebody send me over a pork chop. You cannot have things both ways, though. XO is definitely one that is galaxy-wide, but the big story arc kind of unavoidable when the game area is a whole galaxy. Yeah. I am describing Star Citizen, but even before Star Citizen had surface mining, I'd already mentioned it like years before, though. I'd already mentioned, you know, that we should have this stuff, and the ability to repair your ship from outside. You know, like the unrepairable stuff, unless you have a place to dock, like the power plant and things like that. To be able to get out and maybe have a welding tool on your SRV, or even now you're on foot, an interchangeable tool that you can carry with you, and you can weld kind of your power plant back to health again, so to speak. I don't know if I move forward, so we're going to go again. Yeah, so there's a lot of focus on the
Distance reached. You've traveled over 500
on the
meters.
Goids at the moment. I think the last two updates have been Goid based, haven't they? I wonder how much interest they're keeping. You see, things like I've mentioned, like the core gameplay, like Anarchy systems in the bubble, should be anarchic. They should be. It should be a dangerous place, and they should be full of pirates and smugglers and bounty hunters. And if you're an innocent little trader trying to get through from A to B, and you have to go through an anarchy system, then, well, I say have to, but if it's your next jump, it has to be to the point where you're going to say, nope, I'm going to avoid that system, or I'm going to go through it and take my chances. And if you're a pirate, then you can take the role of a pirate, a smuggler, or a bounty hunter, whatever, and you can deliberately go through anarchy systems because those are the kind of places where you would hang out. Those kind of things, you know. Star Citizen's got some good features to it. Especially, I like that you can be put in prison, and that there's actually if you know where it is, which is easy just by watching a video, there's actually an escape route where you can escape from prison. But you have to be careful when you're doing it. You don't want to make the wrong footstep or the wrong jump. But yeah, you can actually escape from prison, and I love that stuff. That's brilliant. Zonta! Get back from Sherwood Forest Walk. Your gasket is not leaking. So that means you can't smell oil in the car, right? Usually when you put your vents on, your air conditioning, you don't smell oil in the car. That's a good sign. Good stuff, man. Yep, I'm 95% sure that my car is oil leak free at the moment. I'm going to get underneath it soon and just degrease the underneath, get it all clean, and then I'll check it up in a month again. Make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's dry, man.
Second sample scanned.
In fact, if I take off the metal cover under the engine and it's dry as well, then I don't need to, I just need to clean underneath and keep it nice and dry. But leak-free E46? Oh, that's a rare item indeed. Leak-free and rust-free on the arches. Yep, both. Check. When I bought it, I only had rust on one arch, and I just took the wing off and put a replacement wing on and had it painted. A genuine wing. It wasn't it was genuine secondhand rather than a crappy tinny old thing. It's a proper one.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
What are you guys saying? Oh, Formidine Rift. Yeah, we're going there, Loot. We're going to be going there with this journey. Yeah, grab the good bits from crash ships and use them to repair yours. Yeah, I mean, there should be. I think there are. You get the occasional wrecks that you can find. But it should be like, there's no guarantee that the wreck is an explorer. But the fact that if there's a wreck out here, you could have something pop up on the info panel, wreck detected or something. Because they should be few and far between, very few and far between. And they'll survive pretty well in space. It's not like they're going to rust. But you like if you see a wreck of an anaconda, then there's only certain bits you might be able to use from it, but not all the bits. Like you can't take its power plant because it's too big for you or something like that. But then if you find the wreck of an Asp Explorer, well, then you can salvage bits from it for your own ship, put them in your cargo hold, so that if you but then they don't have anything where bits from your ship will get damaged, because the AFMU repairs it all, doesn't it? So they'd have to rework that entire system, the entire way that works. But yeah, things like that would be very, very cool. Mine's going to be 21 in 2 months, Zonta. No rust. Well, take a look underneath. There's going to be surface rust. I guarantee you I could think of features that Star Citizen doesn't have. Did I ever follow Drew Wagar? Now, I've only met him. I've met him once and got him to sign a couple of books, his books, at the one of the meetings, one of the elite meets. You grab the good bits from crash ships and use them to repair yours. Yeah. It's like with this. Did I do it with this ship? Have I still got it? Where am I going? Yeah, see, look. When I came on this trip, I've got 4 tons of cargo with me. I brought tea, water, food, and medicine, which, if you, for no reason, it would certainly increase my jump range if I got rid of these 4 tons. But this is to simulate that if you're going on a 6-month journey, that a ton of tea, a ton of water, a ton of food, and a ton of medicine would be the kind of thing you'd want to bring with you. And so I did, for immersion, for the immersion factor. Yeah. There's a lot of bugs in Star Citizen Loot, though, still. You know, it is very buggy, but at least you know that going in, right? You know, you're going to have game crashes, you're going to have glitches all the time. And you just gotta somehow bear it. I've had glitches in Star Citizen that have just ruined hours of gameplay, which is a shame.
Sample complete.
There's lots of things in Citizen that you could pass over to Elite Dangerous, but there's also things there's many things in Elite Dangerous you'd want to pass over to Star Citizen. But regardless of all the good things that Star Citizen does bring, Elite is always going to rule the roost when it comes to the sheer sandbox size of the Milky Way. Like, it's just, it's unrivaled, you know, what they've done with this. It's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And it's still, even, like, I've been playing, coming up to, it's going to be 8 years at the end of this year I've been playing. But still, if I go here, and then do this, and then do that, and then do that, and then do this. That blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind still, after all this time, that every pinpoint of light is a place you can visit. And we zoom out, and this blows my freaking mind. every time I look at it. You go to the side. There's so many it can't display it when it moves. It has to be re-rendered. This is one of the fact that you can visit each one of these solar systems is the most mind-blowing thing I've seen in any game. It's just, it's insane. There it is, 30,000 light years, and we can just go in and we can land on a planet there possibly, scan some plants, take a look at the vistas, and then we just pick another one, like over here. This is crazy. Yeah. This is the one function in Elite Dangerous, or the one feature of Elite Dangerous that I don't think... Well, there's no game, there's no space game that even comes close to this. Like, not even a fraction. Not like, what's the other one? No Man's Sky. It's got a fair, decent amount of systems, but it's nowhere near the 400 billion that this has got. I mean, you can look at this and you'd be forgiven for thinking that most of this light show was just for show. You know, it looks nice. But no, you can visit every freaking bloody single one. Yeah. This is what keeps me with Elite Dangerous, is things like this. It just blows my freaking mind. And I can never fail to be impressed with that map. It's nuts. So I can only imagine what a future clone or something like Elite would look like, wrapped around AI and stuff like that. $64 trillion. Oh, is it? But the thing is, though, with Elite is it's not all. It's mainly fictional, isn't it? But you have. It is a representation of the Milky Way to the best of our knowledge, right? And I like that it has all the proper, you know, for the planets and systems that are known, it has all the proper orbits and gravities, and they all work as they're supposed to work. Things like that. Stellar Forge, yeah. Stellar Forge is stellar, basically. The only thing with No Man's Sky that is a bit of a shame for me is the rendering of the universe. It's like you're in some kind of unicorn rainbow land with all the different colors. It doesn't look bad. There's some great stuff in No Man's Sky as well, and they've really made it into a nice polished product now. But this has got, yeah, worlds. I mean, we're talking 400 billion solar systems in Elite, but there are multiple planets inside of each one of those. If you multiply that up, I don't know what the top end number for Elite Dangerous is. Yeah, No Man's Sky is different. I try and have it set up in a way where I can play it as close to Elite as possible. You know, the movements and the keys that I use. But it's kind of like playing with flight assist off sometimes. Yeah, I've got X4 and X3, it turned out, on Steam. I've got them both. Like, I like sci-fi, but I don't know if I'm into every... I'm not into every sci-fi game. I did play... I don't know if I played it through to the end. I may have done. I actually can't remember. But I played one of the... Oh, help me out, guys. Space game, beginning with M. There was like 3 of them, 4 of them. I think I played 2. Number 2. For a good while, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. What game am I thinking of, guys? See if you can tell me. Oh, it's coming to my brain. It's coming to my brain. Help. Mass Effect. Yes. Thank you. Gain damage beat my brain. Yeah, Mass Effect. I haven't played them all through. Maybe we should do that one time. Just start from the first one, Mass Effect 1, and just play through 1, 2, 3, and just do those. Would that be good? Would that be a good streamy thing to do? Graphics effect are radically improved. In what, Andy? No Man's Sky? Or X4? But yeah, Mass Effect. They tell a good story, don't they, Mass Effect? No, not Elite Dangerous. That sounds like a woman you wouldn't want to argue with. Elite. ME1 is a mess. Okay. Well, we'll start from 2 then. I'll tell you what I did get. If you guys would, I don't know if you guys would be interested in me streaming it. I think it's called Remastered. The remastered version of... I've already played the original through already, but I wouldn't mind doing it again on the remastered version, is Mafia 2. The Mafia 2 remastered version. I don't know whether that's... It's not sci-fi, obviously, but hey, forget about it. I don't know if that's something you guys would be interested in. Do FDevs listen to the community? Yeah, they do, to be fair. They do. More so than other developers. And I've said that a few times in the past as well, that, you know, the one thing you can give them credit for is they do listen. There's many things we have in this game because they listened. You know what I mean? So yeah, they actually do. People who don't get what they want would probably argue against that, but all depends on your perspective. They don't care about us little streamers, only big ones who diss their game at every chance. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Just caring about the ones who diss your game. They'd be the ones you'd want to get rid of. Constant Deluge, hello. I also don't understand the drive for ship interiors. Yeah, it's a bit of a novelty, I think. It's just that they want something to walk around in, but once you have the ship interior, it just becomes a thing. Like if you, again, in Star Citizen, there are ship interiors, and it's functional in combat. You know, you can just run to, or for storage, or for sticking your little SRV thing in there. It would be cool, but it would be something that people would get used to very quickly. And yeah, they'd probably argue the way, if Frontier just came and said, you know those ship interiors you guys were wanting? Well, surprise, surprise, they're coming in the next patch. People would whinge about how they were implemented. I didn't expect that the Anaconda would be this, and no, I don't like this. Yeah, so it'd be nice to have them rather than not have them, but they should have put them in from the start, really, rather than, because we were really glued to our seats. But now that we have Odyssey and stuff, can they do it, or do they have to make the ship like Doctor Who's TARDIS? You know. But yeah, I think it'd be nice, and it would also be nice to have proper transitions from ship to the ground and SRV. And as I said last time, on my last stream and the one before that, a function to have the ship drop you down onto the surface from the air. Let me get through to you guys' chat here a second. Hello Roy, welcome, welcome, green fingers. Just don't play it on I don't play games on insanity difficulty. No, I either go for the average one or the one that says you are an experienced player kind of thing. That's how I play my Hitman. I've been doing some Hitman the last couple of days on my own. Been enjoyable. I thought that was a wave. Yeah, it kind of is, just with greeny fingers. I hope it is. I'll take it as a wave. Thing is, yeah, they are kind of huge. I mean, if you look at the cutter and stuff like that, I suppose it'd be interesting to walk around in. But then you have to have it where you can... I'd think they'd have to incorporate things like seeing your cargo in the cargo bay and seeing your SRV in the SRV bay, which we know the SRV is all scrunched up, isn't it? Its wheels are all scrunched into a small space, but that you should be able to still step into it and then transfer down to the ground without any fade to black or anything. But I think people would get bored of it quicker than they perhaps think. You know, and then 3 months later, people, I don't know, unless you could store your suits there and your guns there, and this planet surface looks kind of cool. So I'm trying to land and read your chat at the same time. Let me land and then I'll catch up on the chat. You know, I always give you guys a voice. I don't ignore my audience. It's easier to do that when you've got a small audience. And unlike other streamers that I know, no names mentioned, but nothing to do with Elite, you don't have to pay to get me to read your chat. I know streamers that do that. They've got the chat going with loads of people on, and they'll only pay attention to your chat message if it's a super chat. Like, what's that all about? You know, that's discrimination. Right, where are you guys? Where are you guys? They did not listen enough to give us ship interiors. Yeah, they've probably got reasons for it. Like, it would take too much man hours, too much work planning. You know how Frontier don't get to do these things quick. They're not fast when it comes to doing this stuff. So ship interiors, they'd probably need a couple of years to do it. I mean, what are we looking at? 30, 35 ships in the fleets from Sidewinder up to cutter, you know? I don't know. It would be a mammoth task. And then you'd have other people arguing, you know, I don't care about ship interiors. Focus your time and energy somewhere more important, somewhere else. Unless I don't know if they would ever do something like bringing the ships out one at a time. Like, oh, we've got the Sidewinder interior ready. Next month we'll have the Cobra or the Eagle or something like that. A TARDIS in Elite Dangerous sounds like a great idea. Yeah. Jeffrey Montegrifo, hey matey. Yeah, no worries, bud. No worries. I'm okay with shipped interior. I don't mind either way, really. You know. How much does a TARDIS cost? Well, probably priceless, isn't it? I mean, you've got to arrange a 4-hour at least interview to look at some parts of the interior. I wonder what the ratio of people who wanted and see, the thing is, the people who wanted it were the most vocal. The ones who didn't were the least vocal. So there was probably more people that didn't want it, but you just never heard of them. They just weren't as vocal about it. I'm sure there was more people saying, we want, we want, we want, than people saying, we don't want, we don't want, we don't want. Yeah. What is that saying about the squeaky wheel gets the oil or something? I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Travelator in the large hangars. Yeah. A little platform you can go up and down on at least. Does anyone play Elite Dangerous with Windows 11? I'm not bothering with Windows 11 personally. I've seen the interface. I don't like it. And I don't like the fact that they're hiding even more settings away from people. They've buried them even further than Windows 10 did. Yeah. I still think Windows 7 was the best operating system they did. But Windows 7 was the best one for me in terms of like not having, every time you want to bring up a setting in Windows 10, it's always like one of these new blue screens where all the options for the not so advanced people are on the screen. If you want to get to the advanced options, you have to go like 2 to 3 layers in at least. Windows 7 didn't do that. But that being said, even though I like Windows 7 as an operating system better, the smartest one has been 10. Windows 10 is way smarter than Windows 7. It's just so much better in so many ways. Just not that way I described earlier. But overall, Windows 10 is... I haven't sampled Windows 11. I don't like the layout, but then it's just different, isn't it? So it's just difference I'm probably bothered about. Yeah, so yeah, Windows 10 is really good. I think what I'm particularly referring to is you can take a hard drive with Windows 10 out of your computer, buy a brand new computer, but let's say you want to use that hard drive, because it's got all of your stuff on and you don't want to bother reinstalling everything from scratch. You can just bung it into a new PC with new hardware, new motherboard, and it'll just find the drivers and boot up. Windows 7, not a chance. There's ways around it by using boot drivers and universal installers like Acronis, but Windows 10 doesn't need any of that stuff. It's smart enough to detect the new hardware and boot. It's so clever like that. And it's the first operating system, I think, from Microsoft that could ever do that. Windows 11 may be even smarter, I don't know. But yeah. Windows 10 is really the good one that they did. Really, really good. 11, I don't know. There's some of the settings I get to get to. Thankfully, I know some of them from the run command. Like, what's that one I do? Control user passwords 2 to get to like managing users. But you just type control and then space, and then one word would be user passwords 2 with a number 2 at the end. And that brings up the users panel, which is, you try and get to that in Windows 10. You've got to go deep. You've got to keep peeling back the layers to try and get there. Ugh, nightmare. In Windows 7, you just go there. But and now with Windows 11, it looks like all the icons have been moved from the left corner where the home button is to in the middle and stuff, and it's oh no, it's not an Apple. Move it back to the left corner. That's where I want to be. There's probably ways of doing it. I'm sure it's a nice operating system, but it's. I'd be interested to see, because my system's compatible. I'd be interested to see how it would affect games, frame rates and stuff. But yeah, Windows 10, I'm happy with at the moment. And also, don't forget the history of Microsoft, that they do a good operating system and then they follow it with a bad one. And they follow it with a good one and they follow it with a bad one. XP, cool. Millennium, shite. 7, cool. 8, shite. Oh, Vista came in between that lot, didn't it? Oh, Vista was a nightmare. Yeah, 8, no good. 10, brilliant. 11, did they break the mold with 11 and it's still good? Right. There are BIOS here. Are they not? Did we land near any, or are we just going to get footfall? I have actually lost my place. I think we're just going to get out and just get some footfall. You can put it on the left in Windows 11. Okay, good. Yeah, there's this new central thing. I think what I would do is probably, like, if I had another SSD lying around, which obviously I don't, but if I had one, I'd probably clone the drive, my Windows 10, onto it, and then install 11 over the top of 10, which is an option, so that I wouldn't reinstall from scratch. Just install it over the top and just have a look and see what it's like. I do have a way I can just back up my current drive, you know, but I don't know. That would have to be something I would that I would do as an experiment, but I'd rather have switchable drives. It's just quicker that way. Maybe a drive I can plug in externally and say, hey BIOS, boot off this, you know? First Windows I used was 3. The actual graphical one was 3.1. I didn't use Windows 1 or 2 or 3. Well, Windows 3 maybe. Yeah, then 3.1 came out, and then Windows 3.11 for work groups. Yeah, and then where did it go? I remember Windows 95, and then 95 was okay. 98 was a massive improvement over 95. And so 98 was okay. And then, was it XP after 95? XP was the one that had the most longevity, wasn't it? There are people today still using XP in certain companies because their old software that they're still using, it just works on that. It works on XP. Okay, it is obscured. And it won't work on 7 and 8 and stuff. Yeah, I know, Mark, but I don't want that on my computer. And a virtual machine, yeah, we're talking, yeah. But then I don't get a true, accurate representation of its speed. How fast can it run? You know, if it's sat there inside a virtual, I don't know. Is it really the same as running it natively? Yeah, 95, 98, XP, then it was 7. I don't know why the hell they missed all the others out, but 7, 8, there was no such thing as Windows 9. Yeah, Windows 10. Which, didn't they say 10 was going to be it? Oh, Windows 2000. Yeah, Windows 2000 had its advantages over XP and that, right? Or 98, whatever it was. But it had its advantages. But I used to run Windows 2000. It was more stable than its counterpart, whatever that was. But you know, remember all the blue screens, the death thing? You don't get that in Windows 10 too much. But Windows 2000 was the problem with it that I found was the more you used it as the months went on, the slower it got, and it just slowed and slowed. And then if you reinstalled a fresh 2000, it'd be all back up to speed again and nice. And then as time goes by, you install software and blah 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 blah, it starts to slow and slow. NT, oh my god, what was that, new technology or something? Yeah, people used to use NT a lot when they wanted like LAN environments and stuff. No, yeah, Windows 2000 for consumers, yeah, that was the one. I used to have it. I had it on my PC. I used to use it. I used to run it. It was my operating system of choice for a while, but by God did it slow down to a crawl. But it was a lot more, or let's just say it was less prone to blue screens than, you know, anything else around it at the time. And I guess, I don't know NT, I never really used NT, but that was more for businessy stuff as well. Windows CE and 8.1, yeah. ME was ME and Millennium, they were two different things, weren't they? Just a nightmare, they were horrible. Windows Millennium was just like, what are you doing? We have an undiscovered water world, guys. But yeah, thankfully they saved themselves with Windows 7. I think the best ones they've done have been XP.
Body 7. Meets mapping criteria. Body 7. High value body.
Oh yeah, there was a high value body in the last system I forgot to grab. Yeah, Windows XP 7 and 10 are the best ones I think they've done. The only reason I'm omitting 11 is because I haven't tried it. So I don't know. I'll have to go by what other people are saying. No, Andy, there was Windows ME, which is Millennium Edition, right? And then there was actually a Windows 2000. There were two separate things for sure. Yeah. Windows CE. Oh yeah, the portable one. That gets used as well a lot these days. Yeah, I'm pretty sure ME and 2000 are separate. I remember 2000, I just used to run it with a plain blue background. One of my pet peeves
Body 9B. All premium boost
is
system.
people confusing wallpaper with screensavers. Oh, why? Like, the screensaver was something like if you were away from your desk for 30 seconds or a minute or something, that it would kick in, and it could be anything from a blank screen to goldfish or bubbles on your screen and stuff like that. That's a screensaver. But the picture sitting behind your icons is your wallpaper. And the amount of times I hear people going, "Oh, come and have a look at my new screensaver.
New codex
It's my new baby."
Water life.
You know, it's not a screensaver; it's a wallpaper. Is it just me? I got, I was so annoyed with that. Screensaver, wallpaper, background. Is it a wall? Desktop wallpaper. It's not on a wall and it's not made of paper. It's like
Body ABA.
calling small laptops a notebook. Who uses it for notes?
Also
And it's not even a book. Laptop I can understand because it's something you could just work by putting it on your lap. I don't know too many people who actually do it that way, but it's usually a table or lying on your bed maybe. I don't know. But yeah, a laptop kind of makes sense, but notebook never made sense to me. It's digital. It's a hardware device. Can you imagine just taking notes with it? Where are the pages? Oh, I tell you what, guys, I could give you examples of stuff like this. You know, why do we call like the terms we have for things?
System scan complete.
This, yeah, but screensavers were brought out to save screen burn, to prevent screen burn, which was an actual thing with those what I call the fat screens, the cathode ray tubes. And now that we have flat screens, it's people think that it's not a thing anymore, but it is. Screen burn. You can get them on these new monitors, but I think they're shiftable. I had something where I could look at a certain color screen on my, like a blank screen on my monitor. I don't know if it was black, a black color or white, probably white, and I could see my icons as a shadow. And I thought, screen burn on a flat monitor? And it did eventually go. I can't see it anymore, but it did eventually go. I think I just ran some software that can just display pixels in a way that helps it out, supposedly. Yeah. Yeah, all of that kinds of weird screensavers. Some of the what are they called? Aquarium ones. Some of the aquarium ones were pretty cool. Right, so this is a high value thing. Did we? No, there's no BIOS here at all. So this is a terraformable I keep wanting to say HMV, but it's not. It's a water world. Terraformable, right? No. Terrestrial water world. Let me have a quick look on Captain's Loggy. No, it just says water world. It doesn't say terraforming candidate at all. So we'll go and grab it anyway and stick our name on it. Because yes. Because yes. Oh, I don't think I ever went for any naughty screensavers. I'm just imagining the conversation. How come you got a box of tissues next to your monitor? No, you'll see in about a minute's time why. $10 million, that 10 million mark? Is that what I'm getting for this, is it? Wish. All raw materials are available in this system. Everything is here. So we have a water world, eh? Well, looks like the water's a bit like dishwater from here. Yep. Either it's very cloudy or it's dishwater. No, it's not my mouse. My mouse is fine. As I said, I never got into that stuff. Not on a screensaver, gee. Oh, imagine in the office though, trying to do that. Oh, I saw this thing on your thing. It said north, south, east, west. No, that's not NSEW. That's NSFW. Means not safe for work. I wonder if they will make an AI with a dirty mind. Oh, they've already done it, Cosmic, for sure. It's been done. Yeah. You're going to be getting AI enacted prawn movies. Yeah. Quite fishy. Okay, so we've got that surface scanned, and we do have landables, but none of them are atmospheric. Doesn't mean that we can't put down on one of them. This might yield a bit more interesting view if it's orbiting this dude. But we did discover this new one, which is a water-based gas giant, water-based life gas giant, which said it was a new codec entry. So that's our first one in this sector. Should we go check out this place? Just for kicks and giggles. Because that's what exploration is all about. Still got the, well, almost the smiling nebula there. The two eyes and the smile. But it looks like the cosmos is saying, why so serious? It's got that Joker smile to it somehow. Yeah, you might not want to put innuendo and fist in the same sentence, but I know what you mean, yeah. AI innuendo, they can do all of that already, I'm sure. It's just that some of it's inhibited. Earthworm Jim could be dirty if your mind thinks that way. Check out my earthworm. Something affecting our speed close by. Hello, Bruce A. Welcome to the chat and to the stream. I was going to say don't forget to put a like in there, but there's 27 already. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Your favorite childhood game? I have never heard of Earthworm Jim. Don't worry, you'll forget about what I said. There's a reason why we call him Earthworm Jim. Oh, has he not been gifted in that department? Nope. That's a damn shame. Not like his brother. No, 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 no. I wasn't gonna say grass snake Pete. I was gonna say something else, but not safe for work. Chew Fio. Right, let's give it a quick probing. Maybe we can get away with just the one.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Now we got some goldy browny looking mountains here. I'm gonna aim for that one. Oh, it's not a mountain. It just looked like one until I turned upside down and realized it was an actual shadow of a crater instead. Well, dough. What about that one over there?
Orbital flight engaged.
Slow down. Well, we're near sunset here, but not quite. Looks a bit lunar, with a bit of brown smidged in, if that's even a phrase. I wonder if this is... Let's just shallow... Oh, so we can't... We have to time this. We can boost during glide. Makes no difference whatsoever. Because there's no way your boost speed is going to top that 2,500 glide speed. No chance. Well, this looks a mighty little bit interesting. Just a little. Ooh. Be interesting to just land here and see how long it takes to drive the SRV to the white part. Kinda cool. If you wanted to sell it, you could say it's a gold and silver surface, but it's not. They sound sandy sand. But yeah, you don't need atmospheres for some nice planet surfaces though. Not at all. Atmospheres will help for sure. But you don't need one. That's a thing that's something. That is a thing that's something. Probably try that again. No, I'm right. Yeah, that is a thing. That is something that's in my head. Is that every time I say a word 3 times, it reminds me of a Simpsons episode. How weird is that? Like, yeah, if I say that a word 3 times, it's, you know that thing where Ralph, I think it's Ralph, You know that, is it Ralph? I eat worms. That guy. Yeah, he sent a Valentine's card to Lisa. And it said, I chew, it had a train on the, a picture of a train on the thing. And it said, I choose you. I know. But now every time I hear a word 3 times in a row, I keep, my brain goes, choose. Ah, yeah, well. The things that affect us, eh? It's kind of cool, this. I like this. Oh, there's the parent. Or, yeah, it is, isn't it? That's the gas giant, I think. Yeah, it is. Target practice. And yet we can't blow the rock up into bits. That's a shame. But where's the source of light? Where's the shadow? There. Oh, there she is. But a few. 7 sons for 7 daughters? I don't know. Decent detailing. And we have our, we've got our footfall now, so we can shoo off the planet. See where we are in terms of Monkey's face, head. I don't know what we were in terms of light years though. For 2,300 maybe? Oh gee. Okay. 971. I wonder how many jumps it would be to get there from here. It's 13 to get to a place right underneath us. You can see the line there, right under here. But then it's how many jumps needed to go back up again. I love that kind of, I hate that it does that. Ugh. I think you should have to click in here for this to populate, but anyway. That sound. Guys hear that? It's very subtle, but it's really cool. Sir N68, hello. You still want to hear about landable planet with rings? Filling system planet 8. That's not going to be near me though, is it? What? Oh, a ling. Yeah. Yeah. Done. Yeah, that's back in the bubble. Landable planet with rings out here in space. But yeah, thanks for pointing that one out in the bubble. You don't get too many in the bubble as far as I'm aware either. 15, says Mark, for something. Oh, 15 jumps. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good guess, actually. Yeah. I don't know. Obviously, we could, if we wanted to, just jump and scoop to get there. But that defeats the purpose of what we're actually doing. So 1 boost. And we just wait a little while. And we're getting into the white bits. Or grey. Let's say grey. See, this part with this color, it's very moon-like, I would say. Did Frontier ever say why they block off the moon and they don't allow landings on the moon in the game? Did they ever give an excuse for that? I wonder what it would be. Maybe they have to get copyright from Sting? I don't know. Some of you will get that reference, I suppose. And now the song's in my head. Right, now I've got the police walking on the moon in my head. I used to have that album back in the day. It was good, I used to listen to it. The Police. Ever since I knew ya, I wouldn't talk down to ya. I used to listen to Dire Straits as well. Money for nothing, chicks for free, baby. Oh. I want my MTV. Oh, you could change it, couldn't you, for Elite? I want my SRV. Oh. Now look at them yo-yos. Oh, now look at them Thargoids. That's the way you do it. You get your credits from the SRV. I don't know. There's probably an Elite variant you could write for that. Credits for nothing and you bounce for free. I don't know. Yeah, the album Brothers in Arms. I used to have it. Dire Straits did some great stuff. I used to love Romeo and Juliet and Sultans of Swing and stuff like that. It was brilliant. It was really good. You were banned from Twitter for quoting some money for nothing lyrics. What? Now look at them. Did you call somebody a yo-yo? That's a greeting now, isn't it? Yo-yo. Oh, there's Monkey Head, look. Up top there, on the top of the screen. Oh, Arcs for free. Yeah, that would work. And I tell you, the other Dire Straits album, I loved it, was called... I had it in my head just now, it was there. The one, it's got Calling Elvis on it. What's the Dire Straits album, guys, with Calling Elvis on it? Calling Elvis. And the song about the coyote. Oh my God, I think that was Mark Knopfler, was it though? Can't catch me, coyote. It's a song about the Roadrunner and the coyote. It's awesome. And was it Love Over Gold? No, it's another one. The one with Calling Elvis on is something else, I think. But another one of my, I think one of my most favorite Mark Knopfler ones was Sailing to Philadelphia. Oh, it's about the creation of the Mason-Dixon line between Mr. Mason and Mr. Dixon. But the song's just epic, really good. I'm gonna get this. I just need to Google this thing. Dire Straits. Oh, in order. Okay. I know it was a blue and red cover, I think. Is it On Every Street? On every street. Yeah, and it's your face I'm looking for on every... Yeah, On Every Street. That's the one. Brothers in Arms and On Every Street. Yeah. Oh, the six-blade knife. Oh, God. The six-blade knife. Do anything. Tunnel of Love. Yeah, Brothers in Arms. So Far Away. The Walk of Life. Why Worry? The Man's Too Strong. Obviously Brothers in Arms. Calling Elvis. On Every Street. The Planet of New Orleans. Yeah, it's that one. It's called On Every Street. That's a great album. Heavy Fuel was great. Brilliant. You've got to run on heavy, heavy fuel. Yeah, my button's working. Yeah, Dire Straits, good stuff. Mark Knopfler. Mark Knopfler did an album. The one I'm talking about with the Sailing to Philadelphia was called The Rag Picker's Dream. Fantastic album. Knopfler was a great guitarist. He still is. He's still around, isn't he? Yeah. Rag Picker's Dream is brilliant. It's got the one with the coyote on it. Can't Catch Me Coyote. Well, what was the words? Can't catch me, coyote. Don't let a little road dust put you off. It's basically a song about the roadrunner teasing the coyote. Brilliant. Oh, I've been here. But yeah, Sailing to Philadelphia. I love that song. Oh, I know why I can't get... There we go. In the wrong thingy. I group. Yes, whoa, we struck gold. You can explain 8-track. Oh, I know 8-track. I used to sit in my uncle's car and he had a Renault. I get the Renault. I think it was a 6. Renault 6. It wasn't a Renault 4, I'm sure. Nope, it wasn't a 6. Renault 4? See, I knew it wasn't that one because I know what the Renault 4 looks like. What's the Renault 16? Yeah, it's a Renault 16 from way back in the day, from 1965 to 1980. Yeah, he had a Renault 16. And in there he had an 8-track stereo, or probably mono. And one of the 8 tracks he had in the glove box was an Elvis Presley one, which I was only, how old would I have been? 9, 10 years old. And it was an Elvis album called Separate Ways. Yeah. The song Separate Ways was on there. But also the sad ones like Old Shep was on there, which was a tearjerker at the time. But there were some such good songs on there though. And I ended up, when I went back home, because he was in the Lake District, all of this, and I went home and I looked in the music shops for this on cassette, and I bought it on cassette.
Body B1C. Flows binary relative to body size.
And I used to play it at home. And then every time I went back to the electric store, I would go and sit in his car and play this album separate ways. And I ended up, once the cassette revolution died away, I bought it on CD. And to this day, I have that CD downstairs. I have it on digital now as well, but still. Yeah, so it's nostalgic, that one. Good old 8 tracks. There was a really short song on that one as well. I think it was called In My Way or something, or My Way, In My Way. Yeah. I think it was just, the lyrics were just something like, I wouldn't be here tomorrow, but I'm close beside you today. So smile. What was it now? It's funny, isn't it, how you can't think of lyrics if you talk them, but if you sing them, you can. Does it cry to me a little? Cry to me a little, say you love me a lot, and I'll be true to you in my way. And then there's another verse to that, and that's it. That's the song. That's all it is. But it's Elvis doing it, you know.
All premium boost materials and system.
It goes on forever. Good old Elvis. 8-track, yeah, they were like paperbacks. They were big, thick things. Alchemy Live is my favorite Dire Straits. Yeah, I actually prefer to listen to the studio stuff rather than live. And the only time that's been really different was when I watched a video of Garth Brooks.
All surface materials and system.
Garth Brooks live in Central Park. That was nuts. You couldn't see the end of the crowd. Like, because Garth Brooks, he's a country singer, right? But he's sold more albums than, he's the biggest selling single, how do you say it? Male artist. Biggest, sold more albums as a male artist than any other male artist. And in that group is Michael Jackson, right? So he sold more albums than Michael Jackson, basically, Garth Brooks. He's big name. And he did this gig in Central Park. You couldn't see where the crowd ended. I'm sure it must have ended somewhere, but I couldn't see it. And it was absolutely fantastic. Great. They actually had him on wires, and he went out into the audience, dangling on wires. And at the end, they had a fireworks display right at the end. And this firework, one of the fireworks went off, made a ring shape, and then it went up again and popped again and made a smaller ring, and which then drooped down, and it was in the perfect shape of a cowboy hat. And I thought, how have you done that with a firework? It was brilliant. So good.
System scan complete.
Yeah. Very much the entertainer is Garth, and he's certainly got the voice. I can hear crackling. It's either bacon or an asteroid cluster. Damn it, asteroid cluster. Yes, he was under another name for a while, as he had an alter ego name, which was Oh, yeah, I wasn't particularly partial to that, to be honest. Oh, was it Chris Gaines or something like that? Chris Gaines or something, I think was his alter ego name. Why Worry was a good song. Yeah, it was. Why worry now? Yeah, Dire Straits were great. And the Police, I used to love the Police. Roxanne, why are we going to 1C? Do I have to put out the red light? You don't have to put down the red light. Every time I sing that part of the song, I drift into that David Bowie thing. And what's that one? And if you say run, I'll run to you. That one. Yeah. I don't know why I drift into all these different songs. Why are we going here, guys? What's here? I've got it targeted for some... Nope, no particular reason what's the bloody ever. And there's nothing atmospheric here, so let's... Did it say... oh, yes, we were targeting it. Yeah. It was something like close body for relative size or something. Let me have a look on the software here. Close binary relative to body size. Oh, okay, so it's planet C in close proximity with planet D. So the radius of the planet is 1,000 kilometers and the orbit around the other planet is 1,911. So it's basically 2 of its body widths, basically. 2 car parking spaces in between the 2. Is that even worth going to see? I don't know. Yeah, let's dance, yeah. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. So, yeah, these 2, you can see the line there. They're close to each other. So if we look in WarBRD, we need to go to the B system. But we want the B system, which is that them there? So there's the B system, and we're looking for C, which is in B1. It's B1, the B1 system. Then we're looking for, within here, we're looking for C and D. So there's, oh God, they are close together. How far do we have to zoom in to get them apart? There they are. Oh. You guys want to go and check it out? I don't know. It's a little bit of a distance away, but it's just 2 planets that are orbiting each other, and they're very close. Triumph, I don't know about. Sorry, don't know about them. I was never really into U2. No, wasn't my thing. Back in school, I used to listen to Madness. I liked Madness. Grey Day, Cardiac Arrest, and all that stuff. That was great. You're an embarrassment. And I liked the It Must Be Love from Madness. That was great. Okay, trivia time. But I know you guys are going to Google it anyway. But if you know, you'll be able to get it on the chat quicker anyway. What is the only word uttered in the song from Madness called The Return to Las Palmas 7? There's only one word in the entire song. I can smell Google from here. Oh, hang on. There's a bing. I can smell a bing. Somebody's binging. Guaranteed volcanics there. Oh, that'd be interesting to find out, Andy. Oh, hold on. If we nip it back to the standard map mode, I think it would be quicker and easier, wouldn't it? Water geysers on that one. Yeah, water Come on. Thank you. Yeah, water geysers on both. Oh, we've lost the targeting now. I wonder if we land on this one side of the planet where we can see the other one, if we look up, just to see how close it is. I've done that before, and we were seeing the close planets, and they were really close at the time. You saw Madness at the Gibraltar Music Festival a few years ago. Must have left before that. Yeah, I would have gone otherwise for sure. Madness were great. I used to like them. Yeah, and there was a time when, you know of groups. There was this group, you've probably heard of it. It's called Queen. And I wasn't really into Queen. It wasn't my kind of music. At least I didn't think it was. I just never listened to it. So unless you actually listen to music from a certain band, you don't really can gauge. You don't can really gauge whether you're into it or not. But a friend of mine was into Queen a lot, and he said, "Yeah, just have a listen to this." And he brought out this album called Hot Space, and he put it on, and there was a song he put on called Hammer to Fall, right? And he put that on, and the beat from that's one. If you've heard it, you know it, right? That the beat from Hammer to Fall at the beginning. And I thought, yeah, this sounds good. I like this. And Freddie's giving it all that, here I stand and here I fall. You know Freddie, right? He's like giving it everything, and he's got that beat in the background. And I thought, yeah, I like this. And then I started to listen to other Queen stuff. And of course you hear the classic Bohemian Rhapsody, which I wasn't into at the time, didn't appreciate Bohemian Rhapsody. Obviously, arguably the best rock song ever written, right? And what were the other ones that we did? Killer Queen, I suppose. I think it was Killer Queen, Bicycle Race, stuff like that. Matt Bottom Girls, obviously, that was brilliant. I love it. Yeah, and I that's how I got into Queen. And it was kind of the same with in Gibraltar when I worked. My boss was heavily into Oasis. Again, it was not one I'd paid attention to. And once I'd heard a couple of songs, I just got completely hooked on Oasis. When you see the body of work that they have, like Wonderwall and Champagne Supernova and Don't Look Back in Anger, and my favorites are like The Importance of Being Idle. I love that one. Dun, 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 dun. Cigarettes and Alcohol. That's another one of my favorites. Little by Little. Those kind of ones. And they all sound good, Yes, Highlander. Indeed. Yeah. You can imagine, yeah? Highlander. Hello, Queen. Would you do a soundtrack for our movie? Oh, they did some awesome songs for Highlander. Who Wants to Live Forever? I mean, they're not going to let you down, are they? One of my favorites though from that era was Invisible Man. The lyrics were great. I'm the invisible man. I'm the invisible man. It's criminal how I can see right through you. That doesn't make a lot of sense though. Is that right? Did I get the lyrics right? Because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, and the beat for Invisible Man in the background. That one, oh, so good. Yeah. And even Freddie when he was on his own, doing his solo stuff. What's that Christmassy one that he did? Was it Christmassy one? I mean, he did like The Great Pretender, didn't he? Yes, it's Christmas, but it's Christmas every day. That one, yeah. He did some really good one on that album where he was solo. Man, there was some good tracks on there. Holy crap. The one with Delilah on it, you know? Delilah. That album. Oh, what's it called? Is it Innuendo? Delilah. It's a song about his cat. Oh my, you're irresistible. Look at these two. Oh, screenshot. Where's the other fella gone? Oh, there he is. You make me so very happy when you snuggle up and go to sleep beside me. And then you make me slightly mad when you pee all over my Chippendale suite. Oh, Khashoggi's ship as well. That's brilliant. When the bit where he says, it's a song called Khashoggi's Ship, and Freddie Mercury just says, "You can kiss my ass, honey." Oh, epic stuff, man. Yeah, Queen were in brilliant. Yeah, the Brits pulled out some good bands, didn't they? I didn't even realize until like a few weeks ago that bloody Def Leppard were not only British, but they're from like Sheffield, right? From in Yorkshire. Def Leppard. I used to listen to Def Leppard in my car when I was in my 20s. The album Hysteria, which was fantastic. Pour some sugar on me. Oh, Flash Gordon as well, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you can't go wrong with getting Queen to do your movie soundtrack. This is going to be an interesting view when we look up and see, you know, from on foot, another planet so close to us. Just hope nobody cuts the string to it. Gordon's alive. Brian Blessed, eh? Onward, my Hawkman. No, that's Airwolf. What's the... That's Airwolf. What am I thinking? Oh, what's the music when he's... Is it the football theme I'm thinking of? I don't know. Anyway. I changed the lyrics on that one. I used to say, Flash, best floor cleaner in the universe. Yeah. Oh, the 80s British music scene was nuts. The 90s as well to some extent, but the 80s were great. I used to love the days of Depeche Mode and Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark. Who's the Simply Irresistible? Who's that dude? Palmer. Robert Palmer. Simply Irresistible. Oh, God, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Yeah. And, I was listening to an older one the other day. This ain't the way I spend my mornings, baby. Is it Zucchero and, is it Zucchero? Is that how you pronounce it? And Paul Young? Sensu and Adona? Yeah, that one. What's she like? Very nasally sound, though. I just watch the ocean. This looks like the bleeding Death Star with that crater. That's no moon. Look at this thing. I want to pull out, but I don't want to distort too much, and it's going to, isn't it? I think we just have to zoom in and then just leave a little to the imagination. And also, my guy needs to be pointing at least in direction of looking up at the planet. You know. Um, here's the thing then, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to get... So I'm not controlling my guy anymore. There we go. Do any of you guys, if you've got the guts to admit it, do you have a song that for any particular reason that you don't have to even state at all, if you heard the song, it would tear you up? Do you have any, like, there's, I think some people have got that one song where if they hear it, it triggers something, an event or something, or a reason, and you just tear up. I have one song which I haven't heard it for a while. I tend to avoid it if I hear it. It's an 80s song, so I would probably not hear it now. And I don't know if I heard it today, if it would still affect me that way. It probably would, but I don't know. And if I explained what it was and why, actually, yeah, it probably would, because I'm just thinking if I explained it to you guys now, I would probably get emotional just explaining about it. So I guess that means that I would, right? Anyway, let's go. Is it 8? Yeah. See if I can... Oh, look at that. We've got a... Oh, I can't move, guys. There we go. We've got a planet going down over here, look. That's the gas giant? Oh, is that the one? Ah. Sysmap. Can't do it from in here. Why Frontier? Why? Why? Where's my ship? There. Wow, okay. Playing Love, a piano piece from the movie The Legend of 1900. Not familiar with it, Frank? The Legend of 1900. That's interesting. What's that about? Interesting title. That could be about anything. I'll just do a quick IMDb on it. Legend of 1900. Oh, Tim Roth. He's a good actor. I like him. Actor. Is it in English? An epic story of a man who could do anything except be ordinary. Baby boy discovered on an ocean liner in 1900 grows into a musical prodigy, never setting foot on land. Is this based on a true story or something? That's an interesting one. I've seen Tim Roth in a few things. He was brilliant. He was in the TV series Lie to Me, right? He was great in that. Interesting. I used to play piano back in the day. This Woman's Work by Kate Bush. Oh. I'm assuming there are reasons behind just the song, right? So for me, it's not a song that I listen to or would listen to. It's not my kind of thing. But it's Elaine Page and Barbara Dixon. I know him so well. I'm just getting emotional thinking about it. Jesus. It's amazing how neurons fire and they just trigger that thing, isn't it? Anyway, the reason is that, oh man, this is a bummer one, this one. You guys want to hear this? Jeez. Oh God, it's a downer. But yeah, basically I lost both my parents before I was 18. My mum went first, and then my dad was like 3 years, 3 years later. But in between, like my dad, after he'd lost his wife, my mum, right? I don't know. I think he was not quite the same. But the music that my dad always listened to, always was the older stuff, you know, from his day. So it would be Bing Crosby, it would be Jim Reeves, Al Jolson. He was into big time, watching the movies as well. I can't even tell you how many times he watched both of the Al Jolson movies, The Jazz Singer and I don't know what the second one was now. Jolson Sings Again, I think it's called. Yeah, with Larry Parks was the two in the two movies. My dad watched those over and over. But he never listened to contemporary music, modern day music. It was like, oh, that, you know, the stuff that kids listen to these days, that kind of thing. He was always into his Bing Crosby, Dean Martin, another one that he liked to listen to, little old wine drinker. And Bing Crosby, well, he had a lot of stuff. He used to watch a lot of Bing Crosby movies as well. He was into that era of music, always. And ever since I knew him, it was always that era. Never anything modern. Except for this one song. I know him so well. And I don't know if it was the tune that he liked, the words, or whether he was imagining that it was how my mum would think of him. And he had that song on repeat so many times. And so yeah, since he passed away, if I hear that song now, it's a trigger, like it is now. I've got tears in my eyes now. But music's powerful, man. It does that to you, you know. Yeah, I'll check that movie out, by the way, the 1900 one. I'll check that one out. Yeah, that's the story behind that song. It was always that song wouldn't be there for no reason, because it's not really my kind of music. It's just stand out for me because I've never heard my dad listen to a modern song. Like he just wouldn't bother with any of them really. But this one was different, and I don't know why. I never. Let's push on. I never asked him what I was going to say. Yeah, again, no atmospherics here. We push. Ah, I need a tissue, guys. Friggin' eyes are streaming here. Ah, there is one here. Right, ignore me. Empire of the Sun. I've heard of the movie.
4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
1, engage.
I love that music can be that powerful though. That it can drive people to those kind of emotions. It's such a powerful thing. And sometimes it can be you don't even need words, it can just be a classical piece of music. Like I think what was the one that Ricky Gervais said would move him to tears? If he was ever away from home, like in America, he would listen to this classical piece of music that made him think of England. and it could, you know, get him to tears. Is it the Lark Ascending? Something the Lark Ascending? Yeah, it was the Lark Ascending. I don't know the composer or the whatever it was. Maybe you guys will know. Yeah, and it can do that. So you don't even need words. It can just be the power of the music itself, and it's incredible that music can do that. Because you can, and the lyrics as well, mainly, because you can hear lyrics in a song, and your brain will attribute it to something from your life, or something, or from someone that you know in your life, and there's an association linkage there, and it just gets you right in the feels. Oh, don't worry about it, Jeffrey. It's a story from long ago.
Fuel scooping.
But I do have regrets from that time, you know. Things I'd like to have done, and, well, it can't be a regret if it's something that you never got a chance to do, right? But things that I could have done, I never...
Complete.
Well, I don't want to air it all here. But there was things I'd like to have talked with my dad, and I just never sat down with him and said, tell me about this and tell me about that. I never did that. And if I could take it back, I would. Oh, wait. Am I in the same system or have I jumped? Yeah, see, I don't even know where the hell I am. D-scan. But we've all got those things, right? If we could take time back. Yay! We've got 9 stuff. Because we've already got 2 here. Right. Give me some atmospherics. High metal content. Now I'm doubting whether I actually did the other one as well. The last one that we had that was terraformable. Did I? Oh, yes, we did, because it was a water world. It wasn't terraformable. It's a good thing I've got all this software running to alert me to this stuff.
Body B1. Helium atmospheric landable. Body B1. Landable with atmosphere.
It's ironic that she said it was helium atmosphere at the speed that she said it. I think that's a bit too fast. I only wanted her to speed up so that I didn't have to wait so long for her to finish what she was saying before I could carry on talking. But I've speeded her up big time. Now it sounds like it sounds like the women sound in Benny Hill when they nag, you know, Benny Hill nagging. Well, that sound when that speeded up sound that you get on the telephone.
Body A4. Landable with atmosphere.
Neon rich, yes, but not rich with. We busted out again. No bios here, guys. We're not having fun on the bio.
System scan complete.
Ooh, purple. That's kind of nice. Wonder how far away that is. Ooh, 30.8 thousand. Do you know, I actually can't remember whether this is a common color or not. Is this worth going to see? Class 1 or Jovian gas giants have a primarily hydrogen heat. Coloration comes from clouds in the upper atmosphere of ammonia, water vapor, hydrogen sulfide, phosphine, sulfur. Is it worth going to check it out, guys? I don't know. We'd just be looking at a bigger version of this, really. It's big and purple. I'm just reading your stuff there, Jeffrey. Not, yeah, like you say, that's an obscure one. I don't know that one. Oh shit, Jeffrey, I just read your message, yeah. Man, that is a personal one. And yet we've got that music to remind us, even though some of the memories are not good ones, it's a memory. And it keeps the person there, doesn't it? You know? Alright, Roy. Have a good sleep, matey. Yeah, pop around again. Be nice to see you. Doesn't, yeah. Alright. Let's go and see the purple planet. I could have been setting off doing that while I was chatting, actually. So while we're doing that, let's go into the galactic map. And how far you got me pulling out? There it is. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, that's where we're going. It's directly under Monkey. Oh, we're not actually far away, eh? But we are 70 light years away. Or let me put it this way. If we travel 70 light years further outwards from the bubble, which is a couple of jumps, then we'll finally have broken the 6,000 light years barrier. Talking of which, I think I can comfortably now say that I did break the 7,000 subscriber barrier, as we're into the 20s now, 7,020 something. So yeah, it's amazing I've got all that. So I would like to thank each and every subscriber, but I don't know how many of them still pop by. But yeah, 7,020 something. But we're officially into the sevens now, which is great. My huge, dreamy goal would be 10,000, obviously. That would be like, yeah. I just don't know whether Elite Dangerous on its own would capture that kind of audience. I don't think so, not anymore. And I don't know if Frontier can, I don't know, make it sparkle again, let's say. Make it sparkle. They need to continue to fill us with wonder and delight at what we find, instead of just concentrating on making it a shooting match. But it's good. I mean, the new Goidy content with the inside of the Maelstrom and stuff, you know, audibly, no, that's not the right word. Visually and audibly. Well, the audio and visuals are top notch, as they always are. And I don't know if you guys have seen it, but have you seen the recent, or the latest, I should say, stellar screenshots that were posted on Facebook? I guess they'll end up in this week's live stream, or the last one they just did, if they did one. I'm not really keeping up with Frontier's live streams, but somebody posted a screenshot. I'm guessing it must be Thargoidian from the inside of the Maelstrom, I'm guessing, somewhere. I don't know what the hell it was. But it's all blue. It looks like some blue, it's like a blue tunnel of lines. That's the only way I can describe it. Do you guys know that, if you've seen the picture, can you just tell me what the hell that is? where it was from? You've lost hope in that matter. Yeah, well, I haven't lost hope, but I've killed all of my expectations. I don't have any expectations, and that's probably the best way to go, because that means if they do something to rekindle the flame, then it'll be brilliant. And if they don't, well, I wasn't expecting it anyway. Oh, this is actually quite dark, isn't it? Yeah, it's a darky purple. We might as well probe it while we're here. Yeah, it is. It's very different. It's a lot darker than it was on the sysmap. But it is nighttime. And with that nebula sticking out on the northeast part of the planet, it looks like it's flaring. Oh, it's an emission from Titan. Oh, is that what that is? It's a brilliant screenshot. I've not seen. I mean, when you take a screenshot in Elite Dangerous, and I have to look at it and go, what is that? Then that's a good one, right? Because like I've never seen that before. Right, an emission from the Titan. That makes sense. Oh, I can show it to you. Yeah, I can show it to you. You give me a second. Just nip into Facebook. I'll grab you the image and I'll put it up on screen here. Let me just see if I can find Elite Dangerous. Why so dangerous? Right, so I think it's this one. No, there's so many like fakey ones. Where's the actual Elite Dangerous group? Like the official. Oh, not Dangerous. Dangerous isn't a word. Dangerous. You didn't find any results. What are you talking about? Get Avalando. It's got me now. Here. Right, Elite Dangerous video game. Following. Right, well, take me there. There we go. Yeah, there's. I got the picture. Right, it's by Commander Shark Green Buffalo. Let me just open the image in a new tab. Right, this is an epic image, guys. It is really... What I'm going to do is I'm going to save the image out onto my desktop-y. And now I'll stick it on the stream. It's fantastic. It looks like... I thought it was something from Aliens. But I thought somebody's posted a cut in there. Dead Space. I haven't stopped playing it. I mean, I haven't been playing it, but it's still there. It's still there. I haven't. You know, I will be doing it at some point. Yep, I will. Yeah, no, it's around. It's around. I do look at it from time to time and think, maybe do another one. Okay, you want the image, guys? Here it is, from Commander Shark Green Buffalo. Check that out. You got the cutter, you got some asteroidy stuff, that alien thing, and some kind of... I can't remember the name of that shape that comes out like that. It's like a electromagnetic field or something. Oh, maybe that's what it's meant to be. You know that electromagnetic field? It looks like a slinky, but it comes out the middle and then it kind of wraps around. Is it meant to be like that kind of thing? I don't know what the hell they call the shape. There's probably a scientific name for it. But yeah, that is Remember what I was saying about putting some new content? Well, how you getting that image? That's a different one. And that thing in the middle, that it doesn't look like, if you, I guess, I don't know about the asteroids, maybe if you took the asteroids out, but certainly if you removed the cutter from that shot and told somebody it was from Elite Dangerous, you know what I mean? Toroid, is that what it, toroid, is that what that is? Yeah. Yeah. I'll post the image on Discordia, on my Discord. I'll stick it in the ED pics and vids. I am sure that the owner of the image won't mind a little bit of extra thingy advertising. Okay, it's on the Discord there. It's in the ED pics and vids section. Yes, don't forget we have a Discord and we have a other stuff. I was trying to sell my channel there, but I'm always dubious about doing it, so I don't. Right. We have seen the purple planet, and we now will venture. Oh, did I didn't probe it though. How many? Okay, in a minute. $19. I'll see you later. I know I don't need to do 19. Yeah, the magnet around the Earth is that magnetic, electromagnetic thing. Yeah, that shape. That's the one, Mark. That's the one. Actually, I think looking at that stellar screenshot kind of distracted me from looking at the others. I haven't actually seen the others, to be fair. Which is probably a bit naughty. I should have checked them all out. There's some really good ones. But this is the thing, some of the stellar screenshots that they bring now are really freaking good. Magnetic field lines, there you go. Yeah, that's the ones. Which is probably kind of what this is trying to emulate, right? Something like that. You know what? Sometimes I go in this tunnel here, this warp tunnel, and I'm half expecting to be interdicted by. I've been in so many Thargoid territories. Even out here, I'm expecting a hyperdiction. Just ain't right. Are they fresh? Yes, they are. Well, come on now, because we've been getting some fresh systems, but no bios. Not even a single Stratium technical tonic ass. Stratum Tectonicas does sound like a band from the 90s, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage with their latest synthesizer hit, the Thargoids of HR1183. It's Stratum Tectonicas. Yay. Or it could be a cocktail of tonic. I don't know what else would be in it. But whatever would be in that drink, guys, I would put it up against a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster anytime.
Body 1D.
Vitamin D.
Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body 1D. Landable with atmosphere.
That's how fast people talk in Spanish sometimes. Right. I'm gonna slow the voice down. That's ridiculous.
Speech synthesis test. Add the sum to the product of these three. Speech synthesis test. The ripe taste of cheese improves with age. Speech synthesis test. Act on these orders with great speed.
Okay, that'll do. So here we do have a bio, but we have a choice of two. Bacterium aureus from million or Concha labiata 2.3. I think we know which one it's going to be. And all I've done today in terms of planty scanning is bacteria. Give it a squirt with my old GIF. SIF, sorry, SIF. They renamed it to SIF. Reasons. I don't know. I think I do know. It's the same reasons why Marathon became Snickers, because that's what it is, or that's what it was named in the US, right? Was that the reason? Oil of Ulay became oil of Olay. Suddenly started sounding very Spanish. Oil of Olay. And Opal Fruits became Starburst. We should have had a revolution on that one.
Body 3E. All premium boost materials and system.
And then the final nail on the coffin was the woke generation getting involved.
Body 3A. All surface materials and system.
And we had to rename midget gems, which were my favorite sweets as a kid. The school shop. Midget gems became, what are they now? I don't know. But there is a company that still does them and still calls them midget gems. So I buy those. I don't have these products that stoop to the woke sensitivities. I'm all offended. That's offensive. Yeah, so let's get every car called the MG Midget and let's scrap that too, shall we? Well, I think we should. The woke culture, guys, I can't gel with it. I'm not going to bother with this one, although, well, how far away is it? Let's have a look. Yeah. Substrate to stratum. Glued it to tectonics. Yeah. What was that group back in the... Is it Technotronics? Is it Technotronics? Was that a group? This beat is Technotronic. Is that right? Yeah. I think my memory serves me right. Mini gems. That's what they were renamed to. Mini gems. So, yeah. If we start calling these little people minis instead of midgets or dwarfs or whatever I think dwarf is the actual. But no, there's different ones, right? I'm not going to go with all the PC crap, by the way, but I think a dwarf and a midget are two completely different things. If we're getting rid of midget gems, I think we have to get rid of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But they are dwarfs. Ah, but it's offensive. Oh, there's many. I could list you so many more things that would trigger the woke generation to get rid of. Man. Because it's getting to that point now where it's the ridiculousness level is Like we need to build a new scale, a new meter that can measure the ridiculousness, because it's gone up the scale now. So we actually need a new set of units to be brought in to measure it, because it's wow. Should we get into this conversation? Oh, I haven't completed the room 4 yet, Frank. I've still got it. I think I've still only got a bit to do. But it is another one that still needs completing, as does the one inside. We need to do inside as well. I haven't done any more of that. Right. Ooh, that was too soon. Get out of here. Ugh. Okay. So, bacteria or concha? I wonder. Well, it's going to be concha for sure.
Surface scan by 50%.
Did I just bet on a backhand? A blackjack's okay. Yeah, well, exactly. Blackjacks.
Surface scan complete.
Or do we just ban the color altogether? Or ban the name of it? I don't know. Ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous. So it's bacteria or Asus. Of course, with the bonus, we're looking at 5 million. But the 5 million then translates to rank. Yeah.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh, I'm just wondering whether I can get away with a joke. I've just made one up. It's not politically correct. It's not woke. It's not woke sensitive either. But I don't think it even counts for him. Yeah, I'm saying him because I'm not saying they. I'm not recognizing that. No, I'd have to use somebody different. Yeah. Hang on. If Caitlyn Jenner took a boat from New York, a ship, if Caitlyn Jenner took a ship from New York to England, what would it be? What would the journey be? Transatlantic. Oh yes. Be offended. Right. There's so many variations on that I could do. Poor Pontiac, I could do the Trans Am, the Trans Pennine Way, Transcontinental. What is the trans actually short for anyway? Trans, like in Trans Am. The Am is American, right? On a Trans Am. Am is American. What's the trans? Would it be not transatlantic? Is it Trans-Pacific or Transylvania? Ah, Transylvania. Yeah, could be that. What's the guys? You guys in the States. What does the trans mean in Trans Am? Why don't I even know that? Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Transport. I don't know, maybe. No, if Caitlyn Jenner went in onto the Beam Me Up Scotty machine, that would be transportation, wouldn't it? Because it'd be getting filmed, so it'd be on the telly, so you've got the teleportation as well. I don't. Trans-American. Right, but does trans mean anything larger, or is trans the end of the word? I'm just gonna look it up. Trans-American. Oh, right. Oh, I see. Okay, so trans is trans-American. Adjective, transam. Comparative, more transam. Superlative, most transam. Abbreviation of trans-American. Right. Yeah, of course, it makes sense. I thought trans was something else, but it's not. It's because what threw me there was that transam is two words on the car. It's trans and then am. But when you write trans-American, I've seen it written with one word, as one word. Trans-American as just one word without a break in between. So I think that's what got me there. Can you guess where this reference came from, guys? Right, on Google. It's the third. It's the third result down. Trans Am. One of the American sports cars that is compensation for having a small penis. That's from the Urban Dictionary, by the way, in case you wondered where that was from. Oh, that book needs to be published, doesn't it? Across the Americas. Yeah, that makes sense. Transverse, yeah, transverse, which is a way of putting an engine into a car, right? Trans. So trans could mean like just the other way around, which would make a lot of sense. Transport, exactly. Trans and then port. But trans can't be short for transport, because that'd be weird in transport, wouldn't it? Transport. I guess that's maybe to do with shipping, right? Because when you're moving stuff, it'd be going from port to port. Back in the days of, even now, obviously, but in the days when it was all shipping, you'd be going from port to port. So I wonder what the etymology of the word transport is. Weird. Right, I didn't bother looking for any bacteria nearby, like an idiot, and I should have done. Is there any? Did I just get lucky? Have I been out on here already? No, there we go. I was waiting for the footfall message. Yeah, normally I would come down near the bacteria, but I got transfixed on something else. Yeah. And then you got transatlantic and trans-Pacific as well, right? Yeah. It gets used a lot as a, is it, I don't know, would you class it as a prefix? I guess so, right? I guess it is classed as a prefix. But I'm just wondering whether the trans part of the word means the same in every single scenario. And does it have a meaning on its own? I'll Google it later and find out. But we did get I keep wanting to say football, and I'm trying to avoid it. Yep, let's get the wheels in, and yep, sorry, I just went to cruise instead of boost. Nice blue sky. Oh, no.
4, 3,
2, 1,
engage.
engaged. Sky turns black really quickly. A lot of companies in Germany that are like any word trans, that are basically just trucking companies. Yeah. And that would make sense if it was based on like transport, even though the word transport itself already has trans in it. But if you think back to Trans Am, it would be a kind of a translation of American transport, right? Which it is. And transatlantic would be transporting over the Atlantic. So that would make sense as well. I don't know where transverse comes into things, but there can be different meanings because the English language can be quite a complex thing. Transoflex. Yeah. Sometimes I have to wonder whether the actual words get used in the proper sense or whether they're just there to make a word look cool. Transoflex sounds like it sounds like a gym.
Complete.
A gym for a certain people. Trans is a Latin prefix meaning across, beyond, or the other side. Ah, that's it then. That's it. The other side of. Okay, so the other side of, that explains if you have like a transverse engine. Because it's the other way around in the car. Instead of being like down the way, it's across the way. Transverse. So across, or on, yeah, across, there you go. Transatlantic is across the Atlantic. So Trans Am would be on the side of America, beyond America, or across America. Across America. Yeah, across America. Because the equivalent would be like Gran Turismo, right? Which is Grand Touring, or a big tourer for the long journeys. But this one is trans, but they've kept it strictly American. Yeah, you see, it makes sense. Thanks for that, Simondo. Yeah, so it encompasses those three meanings together. Aha. And what about translate? Oh, maybe that's... Let's not go there. Translate's probably something else. It's a word that just happens to have the same 5 letters at the front, which have got nothing to do with any of those prefixes. The English language, man, it's such a thing. And it is derived from, you know, Latin and Greek and all kinds of different sources, isn't it? The nuances and variables in the English language, though, is just nuts. Wow, look at this place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that it? Transport means to carry across. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it? See, we're learning, we're getting educated. And I wonder if the port in the transport does have origins in shipping, actual shipping. Translators, oh, of course it is, across languages. Yeah. So late would be then some kind of Latin as well, is it? Brit food? Ah, how cool. I like this. I like that I'm learning this stuff. Across languages. I would never have guessed that. I would never have guessed it. Latin saves the day. Yes. Yeah, it does. You know, people have said, you know, why did we learn Latin at school? I've never used that in real life. But sometimes it can be really useful for discovering origins of words that we use today that you don't even think are originated from Latin or Greek or whatever. The only one I know of Greek, Latin or Greek or whatever is Romanus Eunt. What was it? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Romanus Eunt. What's the past participle of Romanus Eunt Domus? Romans go the house. Romans go the house. Yeah. The life of Brian, exactly. That was a brilliant scene. Right, now write it out 100 times, and if it's not done by morning, I'll cut your balls off. Oh, we have a new one. Hello. Class A stars are hot white or bluish white. And
Warning, temperature critical.
it is. Transportare Beni Vidi Vici, exactly, which translates to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no? No, isn't Beni Vidi Vici mean like I came, I saw, and I conquered? Is that what that is? Like, yeah, something like that. Because I know Veni is come, right? Because it's, I don't know. It's not, I was going to say it's similar in Spanish, but it isn't really. Yeah, Veni, it is. Yeah, it's kind of similar. Vidi as well. Yeah. Vici, like victorious. Veni Vidi. I think I came, I saw, I conquered. Yeah, I was right. And what's that one of, I think, therefore I am? What's that one? Oh my god. Of course I know it. Hello, Linkster. I think therefore I am. Why am I blanking on that one? Trans Am was an old Spectrum game. I know the game as well. I think therefore I am. Oh my god. It's one of the most popular ones for Latin, isn't it? Cogito ergo sum, thank you. Jesus. My brain just froze. I couldn't get it into my head. Yeah. Cogito ergo sum. Think therefore I am. And it's how that philosopher dude decided that if I can think, I must exist in, because he was questioning his own existence, wasn't he? Do I actually really exist? And he said, and his conclusion was that if he could think, then he must therefore exist in some form. So even back then they were questioning whether you know, are we in the Matrix? Are we in a simulation? Who was the Cogito Ergo Sum guy? Was that was it Descartes? I don't remember. Ultimate play the game. Yes, indeed. They were great. Ultimate brought out some awesome games on the Spectrum. Ultimate play the game.
Fuel scooping.
Wow, 28. Is it a new one? Yes, it is. Wowza. In me trouser. When are we going to get a black hole, man? It was Descartes? Cool, I was right. Yay! You still got your old speckies? Oh no, really? I used to have mine, but I got rid of it. I used to have the thermal printer and the tape recorder and everything. And I have it on an emulator now with all the games. I used to love my Amiga 1200, my Amiga 500. The 1200 was so much better, of course, but Commodore Amiga was just, yeah. Even the Commodore Amiga 500 could multitask better than this AMD chip. And I'm referring to, you know, proper multitasking, where it could literally do two things and not really slow down. Okay. But even with the modern PCs, you just can't, man. You get WinRAR or WinZip, particularly WinRAR, I guess, just uncompressing an archive that's got like 2,000 files in there, and your system just slows down while it just tries and does that. You want to do other stuff like open an icon or maybe grab another window from behind it or extract, I don't know. It's not the same. The Philosopher's Song by Monty Python. Yep. Yep. I remember. I don't know all the words to it, but I know it. Hey, Immanuel Kant is a real piss brown. Yeah, that one. One of my favorite Monty Python songs, just because of the facts that are behind it, is the Galaxy song. That's awesome. Whenever life gets you down, Mrs. Brown, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's revolving at 1,000,000 miles a day. Something like that. I don't know what it is. Brilliant. The Galaxy song is awesome. I love it. 80 miles a second, so it's reckoned. I don't remember all the numbers. And that's the fastest speed there is. Remember how unlikely is your birth. Cause there's bugger all down here on Earth.
Body of 4A. Neon atmospheric landable with life. Body AB4A.
Another cheap bacteria.
Landable with atmosphere.
Cheer up, Brian. I won't do. Don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And oh, cheers, Jeffrey. Yeah, I think we would have gone all right. Always look on the right side of the road. Doo 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 doo. And you know what's weird is we probably passed each other in the main street so many times. Life seems jolly rotten.
Body AB1A.
Did you not join my channel
Orbit.
when I was in Jib though? Were you not there?
Fast orbit.
Jeffrey, were you not on my channel when I was... Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can do the entire parrot sketch. I ain't doing that for free.
Body AB1FA. Nested moon.
That's embarrassing. But I can do it. Actually, the parrot sketch I hear the most on YouTube is the one that people react to, is the one that's more calmer. There's a calmer version where John Cleese is like, he's not pining for the fjords. This parrot is passed on, right? And he's kind of a lot more calm. But the parrot sketch that I heard was John Cleese being a lot more emotional and a lot more animated. Pining for the fjords? What kind of talk is that? And why did he fall flat on his back the moment I got him home? Right? That's the version I heard. And that's the one that I know how to do, that one. Yeah, and then there's various endings, isn't there? There's, you know, even the ones that don't go into the Lumberjack song is the ones that, you know, different answers to the question of does it talk? That one. But then you get it asked twice as well at the end of that sketch too. Got a slug. Does it talk? Because there's one where he says no, and there's one where he says yes. But then there's one where he offers another creature, I don't know what it was, and then he says, does that talk? Goes, yeah. It's right, I'll have that one then. Didn't want to do this job. Wanted to be a lumberjack.
Body AB3A. Close orbit. Close ring proximity.
Okay, we've got a few interesting planets in this one. I'm sorry we're closed. Never mind that, my lad. I wish to complain about this parrot. What I purchased not half an hour ago from this very boutique. The new Faulty Towers. Oh, I hope it comes out really soon. I know it's... The fact that he's in it is going to be awesome. And it's his daughter, isn't it?
Nested moon.
It's his daughter running the show. And he's kind of the old guy that is not getting on with the modern world. I suppose he'd be like a... I don't know, maybe a little bit of Victor Meldrew in there, I guess. He's another one of my favourite characters, Victor Meldrew. I can do that. I can do his voice as well. A little, right? Yeah, I'm going to check the BIOS now. So we've got... Oh, yeah, the voice. I do believe it. Margaret. That one. Right, anyway. So we've got planet 4, AB4. So close orbit, fast orbit, and close orbit. So AB1AA is close orbit. AB3A is close orbit. And AB1AA is fast orbit as well, 7.5 hours to orbit with a nested moon. So AA, FA, no, 1AA, 1FA, and Jesus, 3A. Oh my God. Right. So we've got AA. Is AB1A? Yeah, AB1A isn't mentioned, but this one orbits this. He orbits him in 7.5 hours. We do ours in what, 23 hours, 56 minutes? Something like that. That's our orbit, is it? No. That's our... No. Getting mixed up. No, our orbit is 360 something days. around the sun, but he's not orbiting the sun, he's orbiting this fella in 7.5 hours. Then we've got close orbit, which is I'm getting lost here. This one? Oh. What's the deal with this guy? These two together. AB1C, AB1. Okay, nothing significant there. So it's AB3A. This guy, AB3A. Close orbit, close ring proximity. So this dude is close to the rings of this dude. Fine. Okay, that's easy. So he's close to the rings here. Okay. This fella has got close orbit, I'm assuming with this guy. He's close to it, and he's orbiting around there fast. Okay, let's go check them both out. Bloody hell. Jeez. I'm looking forward to it. Definitely won't be woke. Oh, no, it won't. No, John Cleese is rightly against all of that. Probably going to have some woke stuff in it. Woke people in it, so that he can grumble against it. Offended? I didn't bloody say anything. Don't mention the Germans. I did it once, but I think I got away with it. Remember that one, Gain Damage? The episode, the Germans? Did you see that one on Faulty Towers? It's stuff they couldn't do these days. And I'm so sick of watching like good comedy, like older comedy on YouTube, you know, whether it be a full episode or just a clip, and hearing somebody say, oh, you can't do that these days, you can't say that these days. Yeah, well, that's exactly the problem, is that comedy gets stifled. But then again, sometimes, yeah, oh, you get cancelled if you say that, you get cancelled. Don't be scared of that. Cancelled being shouldn't be something you're scared of. Just go for it. People like Jimmy Carr, Ricky Gervais, they don't give a monkeys. Just go for it anyway. I think Jimmy Carr's uncancelable. Good luck. Same with Ricky. I don't think they're cancelable. Yeah. Yeah, good luck with that one. That whole woke cancel culture is just like... Oh, you should watch it, Gain Damage. It's literally called The Germans, and it's just about some German tourists, I would say, holiday makers. They come to Faulty Towers Hotel, and Basil's got this whole thing about the war, and don't mention it, but he keeps falling into the trap. But he's earlier in the episode he banged his head, so he's got bandages around his head, so he's not quite, his brain isn't quite where it needs to be, and he's madcap at the best of times. Oh, look at this. This is close, guys. This is close. Is this landable? Come on. It is. Alright. It'll be better to land on the little one and look up, wouldn't it? I'm just thinking, do I go over to the dark side just to get a better view? Yeah, it'll probably light up the planet better. Is this planet that I'm on my right hand side, is it not going dark because of the ambience from the big planet next to it? Because that would be quite some cool Attention to detail. Bugger. That changed. Oh, okay. That. Forget what I said. That changed quickly. Oh. Elite, why do you do such things? He tests me. Tasks me. There we go. Oops. Oh, gain damage. I don't know if you... Yeah, you've probably seen it. I don't know if you watched it though, but I did a flight sim flight a few days ago. Did I pronounce the town right or the city? Is it Karlsruhe? Karlsruhe? I think it's right because I think I did hear another German guy pronounce it on another video. Karlsruhe. 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 Very, very low gravity here. I hope the planet's not going to be dark now. Do 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 do. If you see Johnny Rotten, tell him he's forgotten. The Sex Pistols isn't actually a gun. Oh no. That's not it. That's my... I wonder what the hell that was. Yeah. No night vision on this suit. Did I just super cruise too far away? No night vision, guys. I'm gonna have to use this. Whoa. Otherwise I would not have found my way back to the ship. That planets, I thought it would be up there. It was pretty big. And I don't think it's that one over in the distance. Is it? Did I really go that far? Oh yeah. Yeah, the shine from my torch just changes the light of the planet. Yeah, that's believable. Yep, that happens. Let's get out of here. Karlsruhe. Karlsruhe. Oh, Karlsruhe. Okay. Good old Carl. Sagan or Pilkington? Right, up we go. Let's go and check out that guy who likes to be near the ring. So the other one was next to the rings. This one. So we can't land there, but apparently it's close ring proximity. So the radius of the planet is 827. Distance from the ring, 8,160 kilometers. The orbit that it has to take is 141,290 kilometers, you'll be pleased to know. That's the planet we were looking at. I don't know how it managed to hide. Did I land on the wrong one? Looks like I came from the big one there. I wanted to land on the small one. Damn. Oh, God. Oh, somewhere with a J. Don't the Germans do J very well? So how would you say Jersey? We went to Jersey for our holidays in a Jeep. Next year we're going to Jakarta, also in the Jeep. And we're going to take a jacket to Jakarta with the Jeep. I don't think we're that far away, are we, from 04? Maybe we should start pointing up now to the monkey. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just point it to the Monkey Nebula now. I don't know, we maybe 5, 6, 7 jumps out, perhaps. I don't know. Let's see how close this is to the ring. We won't be able to land on it, unfortunately. You pronounce it like the Y in Yank. Okay, that's just like the Spanish do then. Isn't it? I'm trying to think of examples now. I know in Spain the double L is like a Y or a soft J. I think depends where you come from, right? This is why when Brits say Marbella or actually I think they know now not to say tortilla. Jesus. Yeah, tortilla. But I think it's correct both ways. Maybe Jeffrey will correct me on this, but I think like a double L, I think it might depend on the region of Spain. The double L would be like in tortilla, you know, the double L, but the tortilla or tortilla with like a very soft J, tortilla, like Marbella or Marbella. Or is it just in Gibraltar they say Marbella? I don't know. Janito, yeah, Janito. Yeah, that's true. I've not really heard it pronounced Janito. I've not heard that, Janito. But is it a Gibraltarian thing that the double L is pronounced like a soft J? Janito? Janito is basically a local variation of to be Gibraltarian, to be from Gibraltar. If someone says that they're from Gibraltar, they're going to say I'm a Janito. Janito. But yeah, that's soy Janito. Right, so we do have a close proximity to the rings here, and I want to get out and have a photograph with my Nikon 6 billion. Not quite good enough for a stellar screenshot, but hey. I took the time to position my ship somewhere a bit better. Like the German sharp ch sound when they pronounce a J. Yeah, like, but it's like the sound, right? Like Jaén, like the J. There's a place in Spain called Jaén, Jaen, Jaén. Yeah, it's like it's the back of the throat sound, isn't it? Right? Is that the one you're talking about? Because that's the only one I know from Spain. Cordoba, like, yeah, Alejandro. Yeah, Alejandro, exactly. That's it. Yeah, Alejandro. Alejandro. I was gonna sing something there. Just make it all up. It's an Andalusia thing, really. Oh, I tell you what, in Madrid, because I lived in Madrid for, well, not in it, but like about half an hour's drive away, north. And some people there, the pronunciations was very, everything was sh. Everything had a sh sound to it. So instead of where somebody would say, pues sí, claro, they'd go, pues sí, claro, es que, and it's always that sh sound the whole time. I thought that was a northern Spain thing that they did that, but yeah, it was done in just north of Madrid. Pues claro, si no es, and there was lots of hush 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 hush. Am I safe? Yep, all good. Right, let's look for some bounty hunters. Pirates. A bit muffled sounding. Oh, where's the planet? Not that one. That's the one that owns the rings. I want the other dude. Oh, he's on the dark side. I think it would still make for a fairly decent shot. I could go a bit deeper into the rings, I suppose. Now, if I can get a little bit of fire out of the back end of this, we can get an average screenshot. Oh, going through the middle of the planet there would have been, wouldn't it? Oops. Right, let's just have a see how many jumps. How many do we have to jump to get to the monkey? Jumping the monkey now, guys. Jumping the monkey. See, there's a thingy boosty thing there, but it's kind of in the wrong direction a little. What's this one? 6. Okay. Guys, 5 jumps. Can't believe we've got here. Okay, I guess we can end the stream in the Monkey Neb then. Oh, another ringed planet there on the right hand side. Baden. Did you know that one of my exes lives in Germany? Brain damage? Oh, I was making fun of Baden with her once. I can't remember why, but I was having a conversation about would it be called Baden. I don't know what the conversation was, but we were just It is a bleeding neutron as well. Best discovered bike, but there's no thingy here. There's no footfall. Right, don't move. Strong Geordie accent. Well, I'm okay with it. Growing up in the northeast of England, Darlington, I pick up the Geordie accent, no problem. Maybe if it's super, super, super broad, I wouldn't pick it up, but like,
Body 3.
you know,
Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
I don't have problems listening to Geordies. I mean,
Body
understanding them.
3. Landable with atmosphere.
And same with the Scotch accent as well. The Scottish accent. I don't have any issues there because I've hung around Scottish people long enough. You know, I've listened to Billy Connolly long enough. Kevin Bridges. Yeah. Sometimes I find that jokes can be funnier when they're told in a Scottish accent. Kevin Bridges is a typical example of that. He'll just slow it all down, like the bus stop routine he does. You just Google Kevin Bridges bus stop. For a mere quid, this guy was offering me the chance. What was it? To forego all of that pain for a mere quid. I'm a sucker for a bargain. Brilliant. Kevin Bridges is, I love him, he's brilliant. And Billy Connolly, of course, is just an icon.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Oh, am I too far outside the stream? No, we got it. That's why it's 5 jumps then, we got a neutron. Okay. So where's me Landy? Way I Man is another song that was written by Mark Knopfler. Way I Man. Way I Man. Way I Man. It was for the TV series Auf Wiedersehen Pet, I think. Yep. Auf Wiedersehen Pet. Hey, Gain Damage, you might be interested in that one. That's Auf Wiedersehen Pet was a TV series back in the 80s. It was based on British workers working out in Germany. It was a good series. I enjoyed it. It was cool. Besser Uplands near Iman Joe. Way Iman Joe. Well, I guess if you've got a name like Way Iman Joe, not even other Geordies can understand it. Maybe he's got his own language. The Geordie accent's great, man. Way I man. We're gonna have a beer, you know? All I read there, Gain Damage, was a tongue in Snatch, and it was, I didn't know what the hell you'd just written. Because Snatch means something, it's the woman's bits, let's put it that way. He uses Geordie slang every other word. Oh, well, that's it. I'd probably be lost on that one. The accent is one thing, but when you start getting into slang terms, I mean, there's northeastern slang terms, which I know, obviously, I would know those. That maybe you go down south or in the Midlands and people wouldn't have a clue what the hell the word was. I remember for sweets or candy, I suppose you would say if you're American, for sweets we used to use the word kets. Like give us a ket would be like give us one of your sweets or something. Yeah, I know Snatch is a movie, but it's also it's a slang term. I know what you meant. No, I know what you meant, the movie. The fact that he'd capitalized the S kind of give it away that it was the movie. Yeah. I just don't remember the bit he's referring to. What else was in? I think they were northeastern terms anyway. Cats. Oh, I can't remember. It was so long ago when I was at school, man. Yeah. Right, so we'll just do a probe and footfall here quickly, because it hasn't been done and it's a neutron system, so it would be cool.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Body 3
Surface
may
scan
host a marked
complete.
biological.
Well, I'm not on the hunt for bacteria, to be honest, but we can have a look. I don't remember it. I have seen it, but movies like Snatch and Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, I've seen them, but I don't remember too much of them. They're both Guy Ritchie movies, right? Both of those?
Orbital flight.
But I don't... the details on them I don't know. Was Jason Statham in both of them as well? Or just the one? Or just the two? And we've talked some stuff today. Well, I have. Jeez. It's more about exploring what I'm going to say next. Because even I don't know. I don't come here with a script. It's all improv. Oh, Jason Statham is in it as well. I just watched him in a film recently. It's one I hadn't seen before. Usual plot line. These guys, they've got a daughter, and you know if they've got a daughter, they don't have a wife. The wife's, they've either split up, and they're trying to get back, or they'll get back together at the end because he saves the wife, or the wife's going to be dead or something, and he's having to look after the kid on his own, and he's the tough guy, and she's mean and everything. It's the usual stuff. And then, of course, there's bad guys, and he protects her from the bad guys. I can't remember the name of the movie now. I only watched it last week. Basically, he starts off the movie as a cop, and then he retires, and then he goes to another quiet town, which isn't so quiet, and he falls in bad with the drug cartel there, and I don't know if you know the one. And he ends up beating them all up. Give me a sec, guys. And I'll get you the movie. Date modified. Homefront. The movie's called Homefront. One word. And then the bio-waste hit the thrusters. Yep. What's a very elite way of putting it. And they've all got these cool names, haven't they, these tough guys? Chuck Steak. No. Which was Frank Farmer? Oh, I know what Frank Farmer was. Frank Farmer was Kevin Costner in The Bodyguard. Right? If you look at all the Steven Seagal movies, and
Bacterium Cerberus scanned.
They've all got
Base
these.
value 1,000,000
They've all got these
800. Minimum
these
sample
names.
distance 500 meters. New codex entry. Bacterium Cerberus, indigo. First sample scanned.
You never get like Edward Titmarsh. They've always got some macho name. I'll tell you the series I did like. It was an Australian TV series that I'm now going to not remember the name of. Oh, Mr. Yep, indeed, Frank, they are. Mr. In-Between TV series. I enjoyed watching that. That was cool. Australian. Ah, yeah. That's all I can say in Australian. I don't know anything else. Except for maybe g'day. And that's it. Are you sure? Ah, yeah. Right. Are we looking for more bacteria? Of course we are, otherwise we wouldn't have bothered scanning the first one. Just bacteria today, man. No other forms of plantage have been seen. Come on. Come on.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
That's your microchips I have. There's a whole UK thing as to whether a BAP is a bun or a cob is a identical bit of a BAP and a bun. I think BAPs are round and a bun is like a finger shape. I think that could be the difference there, because you know you feed elephants buns, but they're never round shaped. And a BAP to me is like the round one that has the flowery on the flower on the top. A cob, I think, sounds like it's a bit more crusty, and a barm, I have no clue on. Sounds balmy to me. I can definitely answer the Jaffa cake one though. Is it a biscuit or a cake? That's an easy one to. In case you're wondering,
Second sample scanned.
In case you're wondering, a Jaffa cake's a cake. Just in case there was any ambiguities there, Jaffa cake is a cake, not a biscuit. What the hell is this shadow from? Oh, okay. It's not that I'm going to look up and see a tiny little hole. It's just the angle there. Yeah. Ignore it. Ignore that detail. Right. We've got some more splats here. Are they out of range? Nope.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
And no, it doesn't count if you go minimum distance reached and then turn back. It doesn't count. Well, I had to stop it somehow. There was a court case over it? For tax reasons, they had to show... Well, that's exactly the root of the whole argument, yeah. They had to show the reason between the cake and the biscuit. The whole thing about the Jaffa cakes was that they were trying to pay less tax. Because they knew if they classified it as a biscuit, they paid less tax. And that's why they think, oh, we'll just stick it in the biscuit aisles along with the other biscuits. And then we pay less tax. But it is actually a cake. It's sponge, and it has a little filling, and it's chocolate. And it acts like a cake. When it's stale, it goes hard. When biscuits are stale, they go soft. and a Jaffa cake acts like a cake does. It's got it in the title. It does not call a Jaffa biscuit. Yeah, the whole thing was all about tax. It's true, yeah. You pay less tax on biscuits than you do on cakes, and so by classifying a Jaffa cake as a biscuit, they were able to pay a lot less tax for. Can you imagine it multiplied between like every single packet that they would ever sell? So yeah, officially Jaffa, or like, you know, physically it is a cake.
Sample complete.
But in the food industry it may be classified as a biscuit, but only for tax reasons and not because it actually is. Yeah, something like that. And I love Jaffa cakes as well. And what's cool about Jaffa cakes is I've found, at least so far, that if you buy the cheap ones, the store-bought, the ones with their store's own name on it, they taste just the same. They taste just the same and they're just as good. Can we get straight out of here? Oh yes, we can. See you then. This is the neutron system, isn't it? It is. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, stop. Yeah, that's all I want. Just wanted to make sure that my name. Okay, off you go. That nebula is getting decidedly larger. I didn't think we'd get here today, actually. I thought it would take another stream, but here we are. We are... Frank Triggs says, I buy the little own brand. Quarter the price and the same. Exactly. Exactly. They are just the same. I also find some store-bought, when I say store-bought, I mean their own brand, of baked beans. They can taste the same, like Asda. Asda baked beans tastes just as good as the Heinz ones. And sometimes they can be better for you, like the Asda's own little apple pies. If you look at the nutrition information and you compare it to Mr. Kipling's apple pies, you'll find that Mr. Kipling's has probably got more saturates or sugars, slightly more than the Asda brand does. And they don't taste that much difference. Now, that supermarket you mentioned, Frank, Lidl. Yeah. Did you know? This is a joke, by the way, it's not a fact. But I'm gonna present it as a fact, even though it isn't one. Hold on. Did you know that there was in a place they built a little supermarket, and right next door to it they built another one. So there was two of them, and Oasis did a song about it. Little by little. Yeah. Little by little. Every time I hear that song now, since I made that joke, I can't not think about it. And I've maybe just done the same to you. Mr. Goatman. How you doing, Mr. Goatman? Where am I getting that from? Oh, I know the song. Yeah. Mr. Scatman. I'm the Scatman. That one. Yeah, that's where it's coming from, the melody. Ignore me. You'd think I was on drugs, but I'm actually not. Do you know the song, the Scatman? I'm a Scatman. They're getting worse. Thank you, Frank. That's the idea. We want them as corny as possible. Alrighty then. Got just the one to go.
System scan.
Jeez. doing that voice there. Alrighty then. Reminds me of somebody I used to know. There's a guy in Spain I used to. Back in the day, there was it wasn't really a scam. I don't know if it was. Yeah, it was probably illegal. But you could get Sky TV, where the guy would come round and hook you up with a dish and a decoder, and you could watch Sky in Spain. And every month the guy would come round and you'd pay him whatever it was, 30 quid a month or 30, what that was in pesetas at the time, because euros wasn't the thing then. And every time he came round for his money, he'd knock on the door. And I'd open the door and it would be him. He'd be wearing the same coat every time. And he'd always be like, "Ah, all right, how's it going? You all right? How's it going? Yeah, things good? Oh, yeah, that's great. Oh, ooh." And it was just like that the whole time. Like every time. "Hello, how's it going? You all right? Yeah. Oh, yeah." And then you say, "All right, I've got your money, hang on. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, here we go." Hey. I'm exaggerating it a little, but it's kind of, he was like that, and I'm just reminding myself of him by speaking that way. Oh God, the things in our lives. Right, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, probably should take time to. I'm so close to the nebula now, I just want to get to it. Well, that's got some cool stuff on it. But it's right there, look, it's 3 jumps out. It's 3 jumps out, and we are 4 hours and 40 in. Jeez. Jeez with some cheese, man. Oh, that's a shame. Well, that's what you get for looking at a text on your phone, isn't it? And this is where Frontier need to make changes to the game. I want to be able to repair my ship on a planet's surface without having to carry with me a repair Olympic controller.
Module repaired. Module repaired. Shields offline. Module repaired. Module repaired.
Why does it take the life support off now? Oh, okay. It's already repaired it. I was about to say, don't take the life support offline, or the modules offline, until its turn in the queue is ready. And now...
Module repaired. Module repaired.
Now my hull is at 90 frigging 9.
Module repaired.
Which does my OCD, and which I didn't know I had until I met this game. What the hell are you? Class Y dwarf. Hey, wait a minute. What? Why? Are you on my list?
Shields online.
Shut up. Don't even know where to go. No, you're not on my list. Y-type stars. Apply filter to root. That was the mistake. Right, we're leaving. I'm not even going to scan this place. Son of a bitch. But unfortunately, there are no landable places that I know of in the nebula. The only hope would be a fleet carrier. That wouldn't be a DSSA one either.
Shields offline.
Yeah, the filter should never be overridden, really. So now I've got to drop a heatsink. Okay. Well, that's okay, because I can synthesize those. Jesus. When it says reload, this isn't one heatsink, is it? This is to reload the entire thing, right? That's a reload of the entire heatsink. So like, but the fact that I have an engineered heatsink where I've got 4 plus 1, which is 5. So I've got 5 instead of 4. How much does it just give me 4 back, or will it give me 5 in this case? Will it classify a reload as being, because I don't know whether it's hard coded as 4 or whether it just reloads you regardless of how big your capacity is. Okay. It'd help if I aligned with the escape vector first, wouldn't it? Okay, that kind of helps. Right. No, no, no. I pressed the heatsink button, but it didn't take. I think we got away with it, but not really.
Module repaired.
Okay, I think we're back up to where we need to be. Yeah. Yeah, but then you just have to manually change the filter gain damage, wouldn't you? I would say. See, it's doing it again. It's jumping me into a T brown star, but that's because this route was plotted in the old days. There we go. Still a T-Towery star, but I guess it must think it's unavoidable. I'd rather have 3 jumps instead of 2, as long as it avoided the types of stars I've told it to avoid. It should be obeying me, regardless. This place has already been pre-discovered, I think. Yep. I knew that from the outset. 34 baskets. But he's been back there. But he's landed, or nobody's probed it, or set foot on it. Not any of these systems. Alright, one more jump. And then we're in it. Looks like we're in the outskirts, or in the dark area of it. Now I feel like blaming the person who sent me the text message, but it's my fault. Shouldn't have read it.
Fuel scooping.
Ironic given the fact that earlier on I was talking about screen slaves and people attending to their phones while in a conversation with a human. Nah, economical's no good. We'd be out here for years, man. Jumping and making virtually no progress. But I've got too far to go.
Scooping complete.
If a system, this is going to be a really stupid question, but I'm full of those. Actually, I already know the answer, so I'm asking. I'm just wondering if there are any fleet carriers at Monkey Head. And see, it doesn't really look like we're in the dark region there. Not from some angles it does, but not others. Would it be this one? Looking for something that's actually within the purple. That one. There. Oh, for crying out. I don't suppose there's a way to know if there's a fleet carrier in the system without going there. Or looking at a third party online. Let's have a look, see if there is any. Inara, right, would tell me this, I guess. actually don't know, but no, I don't want stations. So that would do it. Interesting. Okay, any of those will do. Any. Go. Well. Okay. I'm getting reports of a fleet carrier one jump away. The other ones are in a place called the Crab Sector. So the Crab Pulsar and the Crab Sector, 1,000 light years away. I will guarantee you it's in the wrong bloody direction. Okay. So, I don't know when this was reported that this fleet carrier was here, but it's here. Right there. And I asked it, my search criteria was that it had repair function. So, let's see. Is it gonna save the day? And if it does, I might just get the Commander a ship kit or a paint pack for the convenience. Let's pop the place first. What's the chances? Not very. Oh well. Good night, Jeffrey. Take care, man. Have a good evening. Thanks for being here as well. Come on, stupid maps. Right, let's have a look. Don't know whether this is... See, I'm not going to travel 1,000 light years to go somewhere that's going to have nothing. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, you've got my interest. There's apparently 3... Oh! Shooting galleries. We actually have population here. And it looks like it might be in my direction. Right here. Well, jingle my tingle. Is it in the right direction? Sort of. Yes, it is. But I'm going to have to wait a little while. Screenshot. Because after Monkey Head, my next stop, I think it's somewhere down here. Let me see if I can pick up where we're going to be. Because... yeah, so this way I don't have to rely on a fuel fleet carrier. I don't have to rely on that. So, the place I want to see is a strange looking planet that's pink and green. There it is. And that is in the star system Fade Away. Phaeozi. There we go. decode it. And that system is there. Well, dip me in maple syrup and call me Edward. I think we have our route. So that's the next one. Oh, the planet, it's only 15 jumps away, guys. We're going to see this cool looking planet. I hope it does look cool. I hope it's not going to be dark, because the screenshot that was taken is definitely a, well, I say definitely, I am pretty convinced it is a Horizons screenshot. But a pink-green gas giant is a pink-green gas giant in anything, in any. So I've never seen a planet this green so bright in Odyssey before, but I'm hoping so. So that'll be it. So this will be our next thing down to here, and then we'll whiz off to the Crab Nebula, because after this I want to jump into here anyway. Now, what's unfortunate with the route planner here is that it is a route from your ship only. So you can't say, okay, from this system to the crab sector, how much? How many jumps is it? I can never find out, which is freaking annoying, but it's good because it's 15 jumps down, then we go a bit across and we get the ship repaired, and then we can jump into the Elysian shore for a little bit. As we make our way, we'll jump into the Elysian shore across the border here, and then we're going to probably miss this, and then we'll jump down into Kepler's Crest before nipping into the Formidine Rift. Oh, this is Heart and Soul Nebula. Which means I've been into the Elysian shore before. So yeah, we'll just cut straight through into Kepler's Crest here. This is this little square is kind of where I'm interested in being, and then into the Formidine, and we will cross the Formidine Rift into whatever that is, the Errant Marches, and then up into Vulcan Gate, into Temple, and then across to the Bubble. But look at this, look at the length of the Formidine Rift to where we've just come from the Bubble. It's like a little hop. So that's the plan. Yeah. Spanch would be, oh okay, Spanch, yeah. Yeah, Spanch is handy for stuff like that, isn't it? So this is our next destination. It's only 15 jumps away. But I would say we can do it on the next stream. So in the meantime, in the wrong map, I do have a habit of getting the wrong maps. It's because they're both on the same key, M, both maps on the same key, but one of them is, oh, all these monkeys. One of them is just M, the other one is Control M. Which is ironic, because I have an absolute lack of control. So we're going to be landing on a planet, camping out here. I'd like to be able to see the nebula though. Not like the old Elite, when you'd go into a nebula and as you got the further you got away from the sun, the brighter the nebula shone. I don't know if that's the case anymore, is it? It used to be back in the day, you knew you were inside a nebula. You could really see it. I think we're not just, it's just that we're not in the purple bits.
Now, where does this leave Aegis in the present day? I am delighted at the opportunity to work work alongside each superpower's delegation
Body 1F.
to the Aegis
Carbon
project.
dioxide.
Seriously?
Atmospheric landable.
The Alliance
Oh
has
my
led
God.
Deputy Prime
Landable with
Minister
atmosphere.
Angela Corcoran.
Body 1D.
The Federation has
Carbon
pledged
dioxide
the
atmospheric
expertise.
landable. Body 1D. Landable with atmosphere. Body 1C. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable. Body 1C. Landable with atmosphere. Body 1E. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable. Body 1E. Landable with atmosphere.
Thank you for your information. Is there a way to spike up the volume of that? Those messages separately to any other audio? Can't do it now, I'll crash into the planet. You have to go farther out. Used to be also back in the day, you could just nip round the backside of the planet, you know, to the dark side, so the sun was obscured. And as there was, you couldn't see the sunlight, the only light you could get was the ambient light of the nebula. And I don't think that works anymore. I'm gonna find out by blocking out the sun. Oh, well, okay, we've got a bit of neb. I think I preferred the old way, to be honest. I'm going to need to pull out of here to get back round to the bright side. Yeah, I know, but you'd think that for game purposes they would make them look good. Tart them up a little bit, you know. That's not too bad, to be honest. This thing with my ship, because I want to get that there, but now I don't want my ship bending up like that, and the only way to correct that is to go into normal speed instead of super cruise. Picked out my landing spot already. This looks an interesting place. I'm going to see if I can land right there. Ship's creaking, falling to bits at 99% hull. All my rivets have popped out. Yeah, realism. Even Super Cruise is beyond reality. Super Cruise has you going at thousands of times the speed of light. Well, it can if you're on the run to Hutton Orbital. This looks like it's steep. It looked like it was flat, but it looks like it's got a bit of a steepness to it. Interesting surface though. Oh yeah, could have some adventures over there. I was actually going to land where I'm hovering over right now is where I was wanting to land, but I think I'm going to take it out just a little bit more. I'll just go out on foot first, even though I can't get footfall. Now, because of... Ow, 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 hot surface, ow, ow. Now, because the nebula is beyond... Oh, there it is. I don't know whether we get to see a decent version of it. It's right next to the damn sun. Yeah, blue jumper, pink trousers. Right. See pictures. Kind of a dinky looking planet surface as well. Interesting over here. That's an SRV journey, isn't it? Waiting to be had by jumping off the top of that cliff edge. Destroying the only SRV you've got and having to wait until you get to the crab sector to go and buy another one. I'm glad there's a place at the crab sector. That's cool. I didn't even know it was there. It's a tiny little place. Yep. It shifts. It's like the scramjet drive, isn't it? Or scramjet thing. Holding space in front. But is it working? It's just a theoretical thing though, isn't it? Right, so we definitely made it to Monkey Head. I was hoping to see... Oh, just to be in a system where we could see this better. Perhaps if we'd landed on a non-atmospheric world, this view would have been a little bit better. And also, perhaps on a world further away. So, something like one of these, where it's further away from the sun, non-atmospheric to diffuse any of the light from the nebula. But it's cool because we did like 22 odd jumps today or something, and now we've got only 15 to get to. We're just going all that way just to see one planet, and then it's off. We're going to kink off to the west into the crab sector. Now that I know it's there, I just have to remember that the crab sector is next. After this, I took a screenshot of the thing, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, and maybe I'll have oh, this looks too inviting for me. It's kind of a Wild West setting, almost. But, yeah, I'm going to enjoy that. I have a chicken korma. Yes, it's a ready meal, but hey, I don't care. I like them. I have a chicken korma waiting for me right now. So, I don't feel so bad about the hull damage. Now I know that I'm not far away from getting it fixed anyway. So I'm cool with that. That's all good. The modules are all fine, except for the power plant, but we'll get that sorted as well. And we made it to the Monkey Head. Yes. Where do you get the energy from? Powered by Monster energy? I don't know. Right then, guys, so we are officially 6,384 light years from Sol, from Earth. 6,384 light years from Earth. And I'm eating all of the biscuits out of my food cartridges. It's a pity they don't like break down in time like that. That 1 ton becomes like 970 kilos or something. That's a gorilla gain damage. Silverback. All right, good night, Steve. yeah, so thanks everybody for being here. I hope it was somewhat enjoyable, and if it is, don't forget to leave a like. And if you want to support the channel, we have channel memberships and patronisms. Patreon, yeah, that thing. Not that you're not supporting the channel by other ways, but if you wanted to further support, you could do it that way too. Yeah. I have to do my YouTube housekeeping, otherwise I'm not doing it right. Take care, guys, and I will catch you on the next one. And I might be tempted on an Elite stream midweek as well, if not before, because I want to maybe do some of that trading on that CG. I don't know when the CG ends. I'll have to have a look. But I wouldn't mind contributing a little bit to it, even though I think the module is going to be freely available. But again, guys, it's one of those things where, well, I to be honest, I don't know how Frontier are going to implement it, but it seems to me like it's going to be another item that you're going to have to find space for in your slots. If they're forcing me to give up the crate because I need another utility slot, or I need another option, I don't know, or we need to take something out. Or I was thinking about this, guys, we could do it in where 2 people have 2 ships, so there's a 4-ship thing. Because if this thing's going to be able to scan the Titan, I'm guessing that if you do it as a if you scan a Titan as a team, or if you scan a Thargoid interceptor as a team, when you scan it, everybody gets the data. I'm assuming that's going to be the same with the Titan, right? So I'm thinking, and I am just loosely thinking this, that if we had 2 ships each, both of them had the same essential equipment for getting into the Maelstrom. One of them had something taken out and replaced with the Titan scanner, let's call it a Titan scanner, and the other person had the same 2 ships, one with the usual Maelstrom stuff and one with something, a duplicate ship, but one with the thing. And that way, one person would take ship A, the other person would take ship B. And they'd get the scan, and then on the next run we could swap over and I'd get the scan. Would that be a thing? Do you get anything for having a scan? Like, do you get anything added into your data that could be useful for something? I'm just thinking though, if I had 2 Goidy Maelstrom ships, 2 crates, one of them had the Titan scanner on, one didn't. Because of the way Odyssey works, let's say it was me and Angry again, couldn't I take one ship and Angry take my other ship? No, because you can't have 2 ships out at the same time. Damn it. See, I'm overthinking now. Yeah, I'll have to work out, because I'm trying to work out whether Frontier are trying to force people to have bigger ships, or whether we'll have to do it in a team. So the both ships between us are carrying everything. Like, I'll have the tool for neutralizing the Maelstrom core burst, so we can get inside. Angry will have the tool for scanning the Titan, but we're in a team, you know, and then between the 2 of us, we've got all the tools between both ships. Yeah, Maelstroms will be a whole new, I know. And then there's bits to pick up as well. Oh, and amongst all the stuff that's going on. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens midweek. See if I can get a word with Angry Citizen and see if we can get some co-op stuff going. Because I don't know when they're going to release this module. Obviously the thing is out. CG is out right now. It's ongoing, and in fact, I can't see it from here, can I? Can I see it from here? Galnet, perhaps, right? Galnet have it? Obviously, I can't bring the CG up. But the actual initiative itself? There, this one. Deliveries to the RAB system will help mass produce a pulse wave Xeno scanner which can analyze Thargoid Titans. So, yeah, again, it's... I hope you have another slot on your ship. No. No, I need everything. So... Aegis will reward pilots who transport shipments of ceramic composites, polymers, gallium and indium to Muller Terminal in the RAB system. These will be used to establish manufacturing centers for pulse wave Xeno scanners, which will then be rapidly distributed to all megaships. So I'm thinking that when a secondary campaign will reward pilots for protecting deliveries from pirates. So that's 2 CGs then. So I'm just wondering whether the item will be available just after or the day after, maybe or the week after, or who knows, the CG finishes. I don't know how they've done it in the past. But yeah, that's not really a picture that goes with that headline. They should have put a Titan picture up there. Yeah, so this is the community goal that's running right now. Oh, see, that's a cooler picture. Okay. Ground troops encounter Thargoid drones. Yeah, tell me about it. Been there, done that. Bought it. The Thargoids know we're coming. Right. Okay, that's it. Guys, I will catch you on the next one. And yeah, we'll see what's cooking later on in the week. Until then, have a great rest of the day, evening, afternoon, whatever it may be in where you are. And enjoy the bank holiday as well tomorrow. Or whatever holiday it is. I know it is a holiday. I don't know if the banks have got anything to do with it. But either way, take care. Bye for now, guys. Ciao, ciao.